Alright, this is day 3 of OOL Spring Skirmish. Sorry we're a little bit late, trying to set everything up correctly. Our first game of the day, it's supposed to be updated, but the software sucks. So I'll have to fix that for next tournament. But, it's going to be HMFB, Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade versus Becky Mafia. So, if you check our Twitter, we'll see that we have 2 games being played today in the quarterfinals. 2 of them are off stream though, so those might be streamed by some of the players on those rosters. We recommend that. We'll have Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade versus Becky Mafia, and then after this we're gonna have Ska playing GabeDeutschXimClub, and then we'll be able to stream every game after that, so both the semifinals and the finals. We will also be announcing our MVP later today. That will be before our finals, so make sure to go to our Discord, check our Twitter. You're going to be able to go down and vote for that. I believe both the teams might be ready. We're just checking that they are. So the first map is going to be L.U.A.U. It did go over, actually, higher seed? We're not doing coin flip anymore. I messed up. Higher seed does go to Becky Mafia, yeah, Becky Mafia. So either way, they get it. Okay, we're going to L.U.A.U. That's the butt end of it. Both teams are ready, so we're gonna be getting into the game finally here. At least take us away from this overlay that's messed up. I am joined by Eva.
Hello. I'm the budget caster for today.
So what do you think we'll see here on Busan? I mean, we've seen a lot of like Rhine comps. I mean, especially here on what is it? Sorry, I'm fixing something. There we go. So like on this point, we've seen a lot of like Rhine or like Orisa, especially the Orisa with the shield seems to be really strong and like a good pick for most teams.
I think we're gonna see ball. I mean, Becky Mafia has really just been forcing ball the entire tournament. They've been picking this map so they can play ball their best. So
yeah, I think
yesterday they kind of struggled a bit against the Rhine comp on this map, but
we did see L.U.A.U open up on Hog last time, I believe, still in L.U.A.U. Seems, I mean, it's got to be a comfort pick, right?
Surely.
I think it kind of gets shut down if Void opts to go to something like an Orisa. I think something like that. Slam comes in early from Void. Finds a little bit of damage, but we're still kind of poking here. Looks like the rest of Becky Mafia is taking control of White Room. Void gets chunked down. A good hook coming out from L.U.A.U. Chunks themselves. And Otter cleans up on 2.
It really just looks like they're trying to focus Winnie out on the ball. They know how much presence he's gonna have.
Yeah. If they're able to land a good hook like that, I mean that's what's strong about this hog into the ball. But now we see a Malga coming out from Whiny.
And we're already swapping the Malga Juno. Completely changing the comp here. Kind of the hog.
Anti comes out early, lands on a Jedi Penguin. Suzu comes out from Stardy. Otto's just harassing the backline for Becky Mafia. Finds that pick on a Ruby.
And they get punished here easily by the hog.
Yeah.
Looks like the engage wasn't timed well.
They're just too disconnected. They can't do it. That Genji just poking them out. Splits off the support. Whiny wants to go in.
Look at the Ana's gonna get staggered here.
Becky Mafia hasn't been able to find a foot. As Becky Mafia, they're going to be slamming in here with Whiny. Still playing kind of pokey here, 60% and building for the side of HMFB. That's Blade coming in from Otter. Doesn't quite find anything yet. P actually falls. Slam.
Jump D out of HMMD.
Looks yeah, Becky Mafia's just gonna
have to reset. Yeah.
Ooh.
HM has more ults online than Becky Mafia. We still don't have the Briggle up yet. swapping Widow for a pick out of spawn.
Yeah, Peplop's trying to force it.
Thanks for the help.
Back onto the Genji now. Baegles comes out early from L.U.A.U, OC, OEK. Ruby finds that pick onto Otter.
It looks like Becky Mafia gets the touch here.
Railgun powered and ready to fire.
They only topped Orbital and OC. It's going to give them a little bit of an advantage here. They're going to have Cage, which is going to be really strong, especially with Hoggle being gone. Rally, you're going to have to save for OC.
Disrupting.
Looks like HMFB, they might be walking up into Wire in here. Hook comes in on a P. Unable to pop Rally. That's Cage coming in early from Whiny. Just wants to win out this fight early. Piplup finds that pick on a Jedi. Still fighting this Cage. Cage goes down. Slam comes in from Whiny.
And Stomp comes out though.
Becky Mafia clean up. It's just Otter on point. OK finds that pick. 30% and building. Becky holds on to this.
Area denial.
Really only using Cage that fight there. It's kind of unlucky that P got picked out, and they were probably trying to look to go first, but...
Give them enough of a buffer. Piplup is going to have Blade coming up this fight. Rally might have to be forced early. That's Cardiac Overdrive being forced by Whiny. They're going to have that, but Lazuli falls extremely low. Goes for another hook, doesn't quite find anything. Slam comes in. Whiny decides to play a little bit more defensively. Sees that hook comes out, that's their opening.
Dodge this.
A lot of ults being held right now. Good hook comes in. P is still unable to pop that Rally. Blade comes out from Otter. It's just Void and Ruby at point.
Getting some trades. But they can't get it back.
Whiny falls, 90% of building. They might have a chance for a retouch here in OT. Whiny goes back to the ball. Are they going to be able to get on point, though?
This ends
The boot comes out. Jedi cleans up onto NJ. And first point going over to HMFB.
Score 1-0.
Yeah, I don't know. I think our Brig got hooked 3 times there. It was pretty close. But there's the punish from Lazuli.
They won't
It
even
was
know
really
what
strong on
happened.
anybody that walked up. Looks like they're gonna go back to the ball comp here. This open map is gonna be a lot harder for the Hawk to get value on against their team. Especially if Piplup plays the signature Echo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I'm with A. Keep it together. We can turn this around. Area denial.
Both these teams opening it up on bridge side. HMFB's holding the same comp. Hook comes in early, finds that pick on an NJ.
Wow. It's a really big kill. That's most of their damage out on Becky Mafia already. Let's see, he's walking for another kill, but he can't get it. Piplup falls off the map.
Falls off.
Yep, somebody screenshot that and put it on Twitter.
It's like that's probably just Whiny playing in the back line.
This Zuli finding the hook on P again, but he doesn't get the kill. Oh, but I think one gets the cleanup.
Another good
Like
hook.
Zuli's walking wherever he wants. And Winnie ping again. That's
Ping?
crazy.
It's gotta be Ping.
It's gotta be ping.
Last time I've been finding a lot of these hooks. It opens up a lot of the fights. I mean, you're playing with a ball, right? So you're trying to get set up. It locks down a lot of space. Looks like we're gonna see Whiny here matching the hog. Deadlock still holding on that Echo. That beam is gonna do a lot of damage if they can get that hog low. Good hook comes in
Winnie finds the
early.
hook. Looks like L.U.A.U got punished for trying to get the pull off the map here.
Tank advantage for the side of Becky Mafia. Looks like they're just gonna sit on point. Hook comes in early, finds that pick. Not barely. Jedi Penguin falls with the help of Piplup.
L.U.A.U coming back, probably gonna try to get a kill here.
misses on Otter. Wani's just fighting on main. Hook comes in from Lazuli.
And they get the punish. They're probably not even gonna have to pop any ults to cap this here.
Wani was taken with a pick onto the opposing tank, and it happens once more. HMFB takes back.
Carried on the wind.
We'll see a little bit of ults being built up. Stardy's holding onto that kit. We're gonna see an EMP.
Otter hiding in a corner, looking for an EMP angle.
Ooh, almost caught
Oh,
out.
he gets down.
Yeah, Otter fell down to 5 health there.
Denial.
See if they're planning here. Whiny trying to go white room once more.
Big nade in backline, but Stardy sees the
Nano comes out onto a Whiny EMP as well. Beats forced by Azuya, but it's all HMFB.
This looks like another backline trade. And HMFB just plays it better. Winnie finding the hook on.
He finds the
left
hook,
record,
but
it's not enough.
This time I have it.
It's go time.
The map one goes to HMFB.
starting off the series strong again. This is first to 3. It's gonna be a long road for them to get that win, but they're starting off strong. Yeah, they looked really strong in that hog comp. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see that the whole tournament or this whole game, but especially because we're gonna see counterpick maps. As a result, like we'll probably see some maps that force more Winston dive. I think that's something that we'll be expecting. We'll be right back with everything. We're going to quick break, figure out our next maps, make sure the players are all ready. We'll be right back with that. Alright, we should be getting back into it. Thank you guys for waiting. Sorry, we had to deal with some technical difficulties there. So first map, a 2-0, going to HMFB. They won it pretty decisively running that hog composition. We are going to be seeing a change here. Aristophanes is coming in for Lazuli. Both teams are ready, so next map that was selected, it was selected by Becky Mafia. We are going to be going over to Suravasa here. We'll head over to our main game here. So again, first to 3. So even if HMFB closes out here, they're still going to need to win another map after that.
Ready for battle.
We're gonna quick break. Looks like something is messed up. We'll be right back.
Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark.
Time for combat. Time for victory.
Breaking them down.
Flashpoint connects in 10 seconds.
Breaking them.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Nice try.
Like a gentle rain.
Railgun still at full power. Enhanced accuracy. Don't let them take the Feeling better.
The battle ignites me.
I I didn't realize I was muted this whole time. Mustafane gets caught out by the mines of Whiny. 99% in building. Whiny goes in for another slam. Chunks down on a Jedi Penguin. Not quite enough yet to kill here, though. Ruby finds that pick on an Otter, and Whiny runs down Stardy. First point of this flashpoint is going over to Becky Mafia.
Attack the objective.
Gardens is the next flashpoint. Whiny's still sitting in spawn. About halfway to getting that pile drive update. Ooh, maybe a little bit too close. Gets caught out by the jagged blade. We'll see. Yeah, 5 ults being built up here for the side of HMFB. They'll probably want to match orbit with the Kitsune coming out from Ruby. Pulse comes in early. Eva finds 2. A pick on a starting and Jedi Penguin. They both fall. A fight that was probably ult decided and ult advantage going over HMFB just completely flipped. Eva finds that pick onto 2 of them.
Warm inside.
Becky Mafia looking significantly stronger here.
Hi.
Minefield almost ready.
Mine's being held nearly by Whiny. Ristafane's gonna start walking bridge here. Stardy gets double booped in. Slam comes out as well. Not quite enough space to go for Mines. That's Orbit coming in from Azuya. Mines may be misplaced. Although NJ gets the Nano and the OC, finds that pick on an Otter. Azuya gets picked off as well. Aristofane slept. He's gonna get chunked down. 60% in building. Becky Mafia looks a lot better here. Still rocking with that same ball comp, though. We'll see if maybe they make a change over to Lazuli once more. I mean, I think the Hog is a good response to the ball coming out. It forces Whiny to play something else. Yeah, second point, just giving up.
Next, flashpoint.
Palace coming out here. I think ball might be pretty strong. There's a couple of places where you can look for slams. Otter makes that change onto Tracer. I think that's a little bit misguided. I think maybe the Genji is alright. I believe that's Slam coming in from Whiny. So Slam's gonna be a lot stronger here. I dive in with Eva. Eva gets caught out though. Whiny falls low. Aristophanes finds that blade. That's Rampage coming out from Aristophanes. Doesn't quite find anything, just gets Suzu. Slam comes in, Azuya falling down to half, but Boy's just contesting point. First flip goes over to HMFB. They're gonna be trying to chase actually P here. Azuya falling extremely low, gets caught out by NJ. That's gonna be an opening for them. You only have that break for heals. Especially if you just can't find it fast enough. They're gonna have to back out or play a lot safer. Slam comes in early. Ristafane goes for the Axe Otter though. Opens up the fight with another trade. Finds it on that other support. Ooh, Ristafane finds a good pick. Cleans up on Ruby and NJ. The mine's from Void, but is it too late? They just have a ball and a Tracer. I'm not sure if they can win this. Just Void on ball. But you're dealing with a break and a Juno just as a ball. Sling comes out. Shields as well. Whiny's gonna get the Mega. Gonna look to recontest here. They get the touch. But they have no ults. P's gonna be trying to build up to that Nano. Maybe you give it over to your Sojourn once more. That's OC coming out from Jedi Penguin. Finds a pick on a P. Slides in to find the other Sojourn. Finds it. 99%. Completely unmatched here on Palace. HMFB puts themselves on the board.
Next, flashpoint.
Coming through.
Temple.
I think Temple might be a little bit stronger for this ball. You're gonna have a lot more places to look for these slams. Both teams making their way over. Looks like Becky Mafia's set up on point early. Ruby's building up to this Kitsune. That's going to be a game changer.
Come to me for heals.
And we're going to see a Nano here. This is going to be a big ult fight.
Engaging enemy.
Rally coming out from Stardy, trying to catch out Whiny on ball. Speed comes in, Nano and OC once more from Becky Mafia, but NJ gets whipped off the point by Stardy. Boop of the day? Possibly boop of the day? HMFB. I mean, point flip goes over to Becky Mafia, but the fight's already lost. That's 2 ults being used. 3. Yeah, 3. Because, I believe they whiny popped mines as well. 3 ults for the side of Becky Mafia, and they it just completely gets shut down by a whip shot, a rally, and an orbital.
Open fire.
Looks like they're set up on point here. The JQ feels a little bit more weak compared to the ball comp. That's kick coming in early from Ruby. JQ ult as well. Suzu comes in, finds a lot, but just gets. Eva making the change on to a Cassidy. I think that's a little bit weak. You maybe want the Tracer instead. Jedi Penguin finds that pick on a Ruby. They're trading out here. Aristophanes finds their match on tank, and just walking over them. Actually, P coming in a little bit late, being picked off early. Gets picked off once more. That's nice coming in early. How much catches out Eva? Eva gets picked off by Jedi Penguin with the help. Rally coming in from Stardy as well. Touch comes in from Whiny, but you lose both your DPS early. It's not even worth it to commit mines. Whiny just jumps off the point for a reset. 2-2 here. Looks like it's coming back it's coming back for HMFB. Really strong start that came out today for Becky Mafia, at least on this map.
Shields under fire. Railgun charged.
Eva finds a pick on the otter.
I'm on my game now.
Yeah, Eva picks up 2 there, opening up the fight for Becky Mafia. Aristophanes just backing up, being chunked low. A good concussion nade. Nearly catches out Jedi Penguin. Azuya may fall as well. Azuya is 1. Eva may be going a little bit too close. Really wanting to get that pick onto Azuya. That's Orbit being popped.
This ends
OC from Chloe. Oh, good shot. Doesn't quite kill Otter, but they just run down NJ. An axe as well on a P, and 30% being built up for Becky Moff. He's gonna get flipped. Both these teams are pretty evenly matched. Eva gets chunked down. Gonna be going for noon here. Chunks down to Aristophanes. P falls. NJ falls as well, though. Kit was popped by Ruby. They want to win this fight. Ruby falls low. Mines come in from Whiny onto point. Eva's already there. They clean up that kill onto Otter. Eva falls from Jedi Penguin. NJ matches onto Jedi Penguin. Just trades coming out on both sides, and it actually goes the way of Becky Mafia. 40% in building. They're probably going to match up with the 70% being built up by HMFB right now, but they're going to have to hold on. They are going to have beat, so P will have to live through this. There's no JQ ult, so they can use it a little bit more liberally. Slam comes in, almost catches onto Otter. Jedi Penguin falling low. That's Rally coming out from Stardy. Jedi Penguin, though, finds that pick on a P! Can't get the beat off! Final fight, and P just isn't there to give beat. 99%, they're gonna have to give Flip over and have to play for the recontest. 70% in building. Are they gonna be able to have a chance to contest here? They do have the ball. Pulse comes on into P actually again! Holy shit! They're not gonna have a chance to recontest here. P isn't gonna be back in time. Point does get touched by Whiny. Is able to contest it for a little bit. Slam comes in just to disrupt. They're gonna have to get another touch once more. B comes in finally from P. Eva finds that pick on a Stardy. They run in. Aristophanes finds Ruby, but Azuya falls as well. The rest of HMFP falls. Just Aristophanes right now. Finds that pick onto NJ, but getting booped and tossed around. They're just gonna fall. 90% in building. Touch swaps coming out for HMFP, but it actually goes to the side of Becky Mafia. They win it in an extremely close final point. That point, so close there. Becky Mafia ties up the series 1-1. We'll see what the plan is for HMFP. I think they look a little bit better with Lazuli in running that hog. It really shuts down Whiny, what Whiny's able to do, and control a lot of the space for the supports. We'll go to a quick break, figure out the next map, and we'll be back. Alright, we are getting back into a 1-1 Becky Mafia versus Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. Both these teams look pretty strong, pretty evenly matched. We are going to be seeing L.U.A.U coming back in. I think that's a good response to that ball comp. Looked pretty unmatched with the Aristophanes in. Survasa and Lijiang Tower both flip-flopped. Survasa being extremely close here. I don't know if we're going to be able to go to map pool. It might be a little bit messy, but it should be working a little bit. And it's broken. Like, whatever.
It's okay.
2-0 on Lijiang. 3-2 on Survasa. We are going to be going over to Shambali here. It is first to 3. It is not first to 4 as it looks like on the screen right now. Looks like both teams are ready, so we're actually going to be going into the game now. 1-1 tied on both sides. Shambali Monastery. I mean, this is like generally the like Sig, Ramatra sort of map, right? You see a lot of heavy poke comps, especially on this first point. Ram is extremely strong. Do you think we'll see something? I mean, with Becky Mafia, we're probably expecting to see a ball once again. I am joined by Eva as well.
Hello. I don't know, I think here on the... Oh, can you move me to global spec, by the way? I think here, if we're going to be forcing the ball on this map, we're probably going to have Winnie just trying to force enemy team off high ground with boops if they're going to be running Sig, and it looks like they are running Sigma, so... NJ pulling out the unsignature Widowmaker. And it's quick play.
It's literally never done that.
Oh, hold on. Hello. Got this, Joey.
Alright, we are getting straight into the game now. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a problem. Same sort of thing. I think we're going to probably expect to see ball coming out from Becky Mafia. I think they look strong in it there, especially running like a Tracer. We'll see if Piplup wants to opt for the Tracer here. For the side of HMFB, I mean, we're probably expecting to see that Hog, no? Right?
Yeah, probably a standard Hog. Might play some Hog Torb here. Oh, it looks like they're playing the Sigma.
I think the Sigma's still fine. If you can find a good rock, you almost guarantee that pick onto the ball.
Especially with that new perk. Could really help them secure kills. Especially if they're going to go with a really high damage comp with the Torb Sojourn here. Looks like NJ is going to be starting on Widow, trying to get an opening pick here.
Yeah, I think they're going for
that
the
works.
Life Weaver Mercy thing.
This is real. This is real and going to be done in OOL.
Prepare for your demise.
That's an angle? I didn't even know that was an angle.
Low-key trying a little too hard. I get it. Becky Mafia looking to win it all here.
Becky Mafia pulling out all the stops here. Pedal comes out early. Gonna be looking to get that headshot for NJ. Shields comes out. Ops to just go back. What a powerful life group.
Not even shooting the gun.
We're gonna see Piplup
coming out of order.
Piplup on Soldier. I think this is fine. You have a little bit of space on Shambali, especially on this first point. I think it gets a little bit worse later. Both DPS trade out. Jedi and Piplup fall. Yeah, I think a Soldier is an okay decision here. I think maybe Tracer's still a little bit better, but...
I think the Tracer's better, but I feel like with Soldier's tier 3 perks, he might be just going to run around for flanks the whole game.
Yep.
Trying to get the same value that Tracer does. And
Flynn comes in from
gets a kill there.
Just wanting to disrupt this back line. Payload has gone over at least that halfway mark, so high ground's going to be suboptimal for HMFB. They're sitting in this mega room. Winey's just sort of dealing with them, but Lazuli runs down. Goes to HMFB. Or Becky Mafia, my apologies.
Looks like Whiny tried to get a lot of space there, but their Sig just walked in the back line and really just punished the fact that they have no tank to protect them. Oh, Piplup back to his chaser.
Yeah, I think Trish is going to do a lot better here. At least if you can pair up with the ball, you're going to find early picks. Lazuli falls low, forced to use grasps.
Looks like Lazuli's gonna get caught out here. He's getting really good care from his support though.
Yeah, Lazuli falls,
Azuya
trails. Rest of Becky Mafia just wants to clean up, yeah.
It's gonna be really hard to go on their core though with that Torbjorn bunkering down with them.
Points just sort of getting up this hill now. This is generally a good spot to hold when you're on defense. You have that a good poke coming out from the high ground, and you can sort of hold on this corner. That's Mines coming out early. Lazuli pops Flux in response just to get out
Really
of
good
the way.
play coming out of our Kiriko. Lazuli still finds the kill on him anyway.
Railgun charged.
Yeah, Lazuli.
Looks like Becky Mafia is trying to reset here.
Slam comes in early. Void just opts to escape, get out with their life. Doesn't look like there's a good opportunity for them to converge on any kills. A lot of ults being out here for the side of HMFB. They took back that fight with just a Flux. Both tank ults being expended.
Really looks like Becky Mafia is struggling to get any value out of the Tracer ball dives while their HMFB's core is just really bunkering down.
That's
here.
Nano OC coming out for NJ once more. Trying to find these picks onto the support. Rock comes out. That's Otter opting to use, what is that? Overload.
Starty rallying to try to find the kill on Winnie here, but he
Yeah,
doesn't find it. And there's
pulse
a big
landed by
pulse
Piplup.
coming out from Piplup.
Suya finds a pick onto Piplup that matches it, but advantage is still on the side of Becky Mafia.
Finally, other kill on Juno. They're probably gonna get a free capture. I don't even know if the signal's gonna touch. He does very little.
Lazuli just doing
I don't think it
anything.
matters.
But point does go over for Becky Mafia in a second. Lives being expended. I guess 3 people did come back from respawn for the side of HMFB. 3 kills coming out from Whiny.
Forcing out the mines there really fucks up Becky Mafia's ult economy. If you look, they have Sig OC, and Becky Mafia has nothing on the board. Not even close to anything.
Yeah, you have no defensive ults really for the side of Becky Mafia. I think maybe if we look at Ruby here, once Ruby gets up to that 3rd tier perk, maybe we'll see the double Nano come out, which is maybe going to save some people in the Flux, but I feel like you're maybe playing for the Flux here to get a lot of the kills. Save comes out from Whiny just to stall a little bit. Lazuli poking out, forced to use Grasp as well. That's Flux being committed.
It's a
Finds
solo
it
Flux
onto
from the Ana
Ruby.
here.
Yeah, Ruby ends up living, so it's a little bit weak. Jedi though.
Finding the pick on Piplup.
Slam comes in once more, but it's a little bit uncoordinated. I mean, Piplup's already dead, so Whiny's just sort of rolling through here.
It just looks like Whiny's just trying to get his ult up for the next fight here. They're playing is a really hard choke here, so Mines can get a lot of value if they just clump up and he gets one good slam.
That's Nano coming out from Whiny. Doesn't quite find anything on the slam, but Anti comes out onto Lazuli. Mines being finally built up. Might be looking for it here. They open up a little bit of space. Mines being committed
A big
early.
mine.
Splits off the
Looks like it could
supports.
pot out the Stigma. Looks like force the grass because he can't back here yet.
Good Rock ends up finding it onto Whiny. That's Rally.
And the rally comes out, it's a big stun. Looks like they can't find anything off of that. So they looks like they're stabling right off of that rally here. Looks like they can't the Tracer Ball combo can't really get any value into the break
Flux
here.
built up once more from Lazuli.
Otter and Lazuli just clean up the rest of the backline. Ball is just playing under. Becky Mafia has OC Pulse Bomb coming up. They both are DPS ults, but I don't know how much value they're going to get with that OC going into the Juno Ray. They also have their own OC and they have Torbolt to match. So
Becky
They could be able to
Mafia.
hold a lot of space here.
They're walking up coast side now. They're gonna be met with that Sig. Gonna have to chunk him out for a little bit. We'll see if Void gets rocked early, almost chunked down. We're extremely low. Gets picked off by Jetty Ninja. That's Orbit being committed as well. 16 seconds left. This is final fight. They probably won't have another touch after this. Rock comes out. Piplup's going to contest point. 10 seconds left though.
And Piplup gets picked off, so there's no chance for a touch here.
P gets stalled out. Is not going to be able to get the touch.
When he desperately tries to get touched, but and he gets it last second, getting a big slam on point. This probably means they'll be able to get another fight going. If it lives forever.
Falls as well though. Back on that Lucio.
There's not enough.
Yeah.
HMFB really used their ult efficiently there to punish the deficit between the two teams.
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Initiating match.
I'm checking something. Yeah, I think even if the Sig isn't probably as oppressive to the ball as that Hog was, I think it's still, you know, finding those good rock really opens up a lot of the fights. Also, you know, we're not seeing enough that coordination, I feel like, coming out from Piplup and, what is it, Whiny on ball.
Yeah, definitely not. I just think with their comp, the Hog is way better to stop, but it's more if they can punish as a team. The Sigma, the core backline being that Juno, Brick, Torb is getting it, so if they're not coordinated enough, they're not going to get any value. Guys, Lazuli is stimming.
No.
Please don't use the X word.
I think it's a little bit awkward for
One.
the backline for Becky Mafia. They kind of have to, especially on that last round,
The payload.
they have to find angles where that Sig isn't being oppressive to them,
Disrupting.
forcing them to make certain decisions.
And Void not playing the ball here, actually opting to match the Sigma Miro.
I think this is good. Maybe you could go something like a Ram. I think Ram's a lot stronger. Like, really close rock actually misses. Piplup onto that Torb, so we're seeing nearly mirror swaps on both sides for the supports. Maybe want to go for Lin and Anti. Point is being actually set up pretty early. They're gonna have to converge at them on some point. Becky Mafia.
Looks like they find a kill on Chloe.
Yeah, Becky Mafia just keeps backing up. They just don't have enough pressure to put out. They're just giving so much space for HMFB. Rock comes in, but Whiny just can't commit onto that.
Feels like Whiny was doing a really good job of holding space there, but there wasn't enough pressure coming from the backline of Becky Mafia.
Rock comes out. Jedi finds that pick on a Ruby as well. A good disruptor shot though, and Stardy falls. Jedi Penguin though picks up onto NJ as well. Light is building up to Flux here. Really close to getting here, 20% advantage. That is Kitsune being permitted by actually P. Jedi though finds another pick on a Piplup. Jedi's been consistently finding these picks this game fight. Finds another onto P. A late orbital, just enough to clean up though, but Jedi Penguin finds 4 to clean up.
This is looking really bad for Becky Mafia and really good for HMFB. They're coming into this with almost 5 minutes on the clock, gaining more time than what they started with. They only have to push it around halfway, so that big choke is still going to be in use from Becky Mafia, but the end point is just going to be the end of the map for them.
The barrier appears.
That feels much better.
Rock coming in early onto Lazuli. Gets chunked for a little bit. Flux being committed.
Oh, and
by
it looks like
Whiny.
Void gets rocked out.
Ooh.
Lazuli hitting a crazy rock here.
Nano
Use
onto
Nano to
Whiny.
stabilize. Even to hold any space. But it looks like the enemy towards Hum is just way better.
It's go time.
OC coming out from Jedi. And it looks like they're being forced off. They're not even going to take a fight, and they lose. Just like that.
2-0 lead now for the side of
Play
HMFB.
of the game.
Looking a lot stronger compared to Suravasa. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we'll see if they keep in the current roster or if they change it up. We'll be right back with that in a break. Again, first to 3, match point here for HMFB. They have a chance to knock Becky Mafia out of OOL Spring Skirmish. Alright, we are getting back into it. I am joined by no one. It's just me again. HMFB going up 2-1 there versus Becky Mafia. Again, they're on match point here, able to knock Becky Mafia out of OOL Spring Skirmish. We'll have a look at our map pool now, just have a good idea of the last few matches. Started off strong, a 2-0 by HMFB on Lijiang. Now 2-3, really close. Becky Mafia pulls it away. And then a 2-1 in Shambali, which looked pretty one-sided. We're going to Esperanza here, a pick from Becky Mafia. I believe we're checking if both teams are in the lobby. So we are cheating to change again. Aristophanes is coming in from for Lazuli. Looks like both teams should be ready, and we are seeing Eva being put in for Piplup. So, I think we'll probably see the same things. Maybe we see Monkey. I mean, I think Ball's pretty alright on Esperanza, so I think Whiny might be alright to force it here. Looks like both teams are actually ready now, so we are able to get into it. Match point here for HMFB. They have the opportunity to move on to our semifinals.
Initiating match.
We'll see what they actually do. Even if they make it to our semifinals, they will have to take on either KP was taken or I can't remember the other roster. Actually, let me check. We do have KP was taken and Make-A-Wish, who should be playing currently.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
See. Yeah, both teams sort of running out on what they're used to. JQ being forced by Aristophanes again. We saw that happen on Suravasa.
With the robot. And you thought I was rusty.
First we pick somebody in from Eva and Chloe. NJ finds that pick onto both the supports for HMFB. Ristophane finds that pick onto NJ, but too late here. The rest of Becky Mafia just sort of cleans up. We're seeing a swap coming out from Whiny onto Azaria. You miss out on a lot of high ground advantage. Maybe if you go for the perk that offers more vertical movement with your right click. Or, yeah, right click.
Under my protection.
Would be a lot stronger. Actually, P falling low forced you Suzu early. Aristomane makes that swap on a monkey though, completely negating Void swap. Guys, remember how perks are supposed to make counter swapping less viable? And it's Void on Amalga. So Pulse comes in from Eva, finds that pick on a Starty, ends up trading themselves both out. Even on both sides, but HMFB does not have their Brig. Ooh, Jedi Penguin finds that pick onto NJ. Looks like Becky Mafia wants to play a little bit faster. They end up taking high ground here, but they're already missing both their supports. Eva comes back on Torb. Want to play a little bit more brawly into this monkey. Slam comes in. Caught just out of bubble. Bubble kick comes in from P. That's Orbit being forced from Azuya as well. Pulse comes in, gets Suzu'd out. Beat perfectly timed from Ruby. Everyone, though, on Becky Mafia is low. Eva falls, even with Cardiac. Primal being forced by Aristophanes, gets chunked low. Gets Mega, cleans up onto NJ. HMFB, looks like they have advantage here.
I am getting better at this. Bracing shield.
We're not done yet. Keep pushing.
Forward spawn activated.
Turret ahead. Use caution.
I will help you.
Slam comes in early from Whiny. Ends up caging two, Otter and Azuya caught. I don't think Whiny realizes it. Rally coming out from Starty. Trades on both sides, tanks, support, and DPS fall. Otter, though, finds that pick onto Eva as well with Pulse. Rally from Starty just chunking down NJ. Checkpoint was taken by HMFB. They are in lead here.
Hello. In tip-top shape.
Orbits come out. We're seeing Whiny make that swap onto Hazard, Eva onto Farah. Aristofate's getting chunked low extremely. Hazard is strong into Monkey. Ooh, NJ finding the better of Jedi there. We've been seeing both these DPS coming up extremely strong. Generally the Nano with NJ. They do Nano OC, which is really strong. Azuya popping Orbit. Finds that pick onto Eva, but a really awkward Orbit. Ooh, I'm mistaken. His Otter finds two. Aristofane falls after finding Ruby. Point still completely undecided here. 3-2 right now. Just P and Whiny. P dies. Void finds a match, but you only have Lucio heals. You can't really commit into pushing this. Looks like HMFB is just trying to hold this high ground. Jedi, though, finds the pick on Eva. Azuya trades out onto Ruby. And that's Whiny just having to fall.
Not for long.
What's up?
HMFB just really strong in this Monkey comp. There's just one-off picks being caught out, and there's nothing Becky Mafia can do about it. See here, Nuke is in the back line. Might want to find something here. Eva is holding on to Barrage. Void fence that pick on a Stardies. Eva falls though before she can get it off the Barrage itself. Whiny forces, I forget what Hazard ult is called. Can't quite find anything yet. That's P forcing Kitsune. They want to win this fight here. They should have advantage. Otter in the back line, just pressuring out the supports. Jedi fends that pick onto NJ once more. But point is going for the side of Becky Mafia. P finds that pick on Azuya pretty late. That's going to be a good advantage for them. Bot is moving halfway. We're going to be seeing them trying to fight for getting checkpoint here. A lot of high ground being contested. P's pushing cart by themselves. Finds a pick on a nuke early. That's the opening they want. The sports are completely uncontested now. Whiny pushes up and checkpoint gets taken. A late jump coming in from Aristofanes. Eva forces. That is Barrage. Cleans up. Orbit does not quite there to save. Whiny falls low. That's Nano coming out as well. Quite find anything. Eva getting chugged low. Nearly half. Everyone is low though. Azuya, just no one's looking at the Juno in the background. Jedi Penguin cleans up on a Ruby. That's OC being forced by NJ, but it's far too late. Another ult being built up for Whiny, but when the rest of your team's dead, you just can't find anything. Checkpoint, or bot is going over half here once more. Becky Mafia is going to have to claw their way back into this.
2-minute warning.
I don't believe they got checkpoint. Down forward, that's what it is. Whiny making that change on to Hog. We'll see how well that works. They have a lot of spam damage. They're going to be able to like bubble very fast. So any bad dives coming out from Aristophanes is going to be punished severely. Evo matching on high ground. Ooh, caught out from Azuya. That's the opening here for HMFB. They're just going to walk down the rest of Becky Mafia. Whiny in the back line, just team's already dead. Can't really do much there.
My ultimate is not ready yet.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Clear out.
Dive comes in early. Aristophanes is slept, gets hooked in. Forced to pop primal here.
I want it you fall. I knew I could help.
Ops to just get out with their life. Ooh, good concussion mine. Eva finds two, Stardy and Jedi fall. Aristophanes gets hooked, is gonna fall as well. Nuke does find that pick on a P, still chilling in the back line for Becky Mafia, pressuring out the Ana and the Kiri. I think the Kiri's a better response than Brig at the moment, especially with Tracer getting more blinks with recall. We can actually have a look at the perks, and it looks like, yeah, Nuke is running the recall blink. Aristophanes is just trying to pressure out P. Is bot gonna be touched? Bot is touched. Orbit though comes in. Ruby forces Nano onto Eva. Eva finds that pick on a Jedi. Ruby falls though. Whiny's finally on point here. Eva falls as well though. Aristophanes finds it. Aristophanes is good for two. A hug comes in from Whiny. Cleans up onto the Juno. Finds a pick on an Otter as well. Whiny has a chance to win this. Oh my. Hoggle pushes it past checkpoint. Becky Mafia is still in this. They have an opportunity to win it, but they're going to have to go far. They're going to have to win maybe 1 or 2 fights here and be clean with it. Actually, P and Ruby are both on Lucio Juno now. So you have a little bit of a weaker backline. You have to play a lot faster. Whiny's going to have to find these hook. Hook misses. Aristophanes, that's the opening for HMFB. They slam onto NJ. NJ chunked down, not quite found yet. Uzuya finds it. Otter, though, finds a pick on a Ruby as well. Looks like Becky Mafia is just dwindling out here. Just P, just Eva left, and
Counting down. Keep on that robot.
Eva's slowly contesting point, but I think that's all. Becky Mafia falls 3-1. HMFB moving up. A 3-1 win for HMFB. Congratulations. I don't believe we have time for interviews. We're already running late with our other matches. I believe we'll go to a quick break, make sure we can get everything figured out. Congratulations again to HMFB, and thank you for Becky Mafia for showing up to this event. I hope everyone had fun. We'll go to a quick break, and then I believe we have our next match, which should be Ska versus GabeDeutschXimClub. We'll be right back with that. All right, we are getting back into it now. Excuse me. This is Ska versus GabeDeutschXimClub, our champions from last tournament, OOL Sixes. So they won 66. I think they've been pretty strong. They came out first seed in Group B, I believe. We'll have a look at our map pool. First map was selected by GabeDeutschXimClub. Ignore Speranza there. I don't know why it's still there. Surely that fixes it. Yeah, Busan's gonna be your first map. Again, it's still first to 3. Meanwhile, this happened. We do have reports of the last game that happened before this one. So it was kapeywastaken versus Make-A-Wish, which was played off stream. That was a 3-0. So we will see kapeywastaken play Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade in the semifinals. Right now, currently, Catboy Casts versus White Poppy are playing. It looks like both teams, though, here for Ska versus GabeDeutsch are ready. So we are going into the game now. I need to change. Actually, I lied. Looks like I had it on EU ping. So we are going back. So Busan, I mean, we've seen Lijiang like a lot this tournament. Almost every game was Lijiang, right? I think Ball is still pretty strong on Lijiang, especially on Sanctuary. I mean, we'll see what these teams rock out with. I don't think we've seen GDXC yet play on, or we did see them play on broadcast.
Ready for battle.
The honor is supposed to be there. That's great. We'll see what they rock out on here. We're seeing Ball being hovered from honor. I think maybe that's a troll pick. Yeah, swapping on a Mauka. I like that a lot better, especially running with that Lucio Curie. We're seeing Canada come out on Rhine. I mean, we've seen Canada on Rhine throughout this whole tournament, and I believe still in 6s too.
My throne is where I sit.
Scott is running out actually on Junker Queen. I think Junker Queen's actually strong. Might be a swap once they see that Zarya, but we're really aiming on Roboro getting a lot of these kills. Let's see what the move is here. Ooh, that Zarya coming out from honor, just walking through the rest of the team. For Scott, good hook comes in, not hook, but knife comes in from Canada. Doesn't quite find the kill. Honor falls extremely low, getting chunked down. Has to grab Mini. A lot of space given up, though. Canada has to build up a lot of that bleed, though. Good knife comes in early, catches out Raven. Good dash coming in from Lore. Doesn't quite find that pick yet, though. Neither team here wants to give up high ground. They're playing very defensively. Both falling low. Raven finds that pick under the Roboro. Canada finds Kylo. Trades on both sides, but you're missing out on support for the side of GDXC. Canada falls, though. The rest of Ska opts to drop down to a point. 2% in building, but I don't think it really means anything. You lose the fight, even if you get maybe 10% here on point.
I'm on fire. Still charging.
We are going to see Ryan coming out from Canada now. The honor beer Ryan. I think maybe it's a little bit weak running with this, the Kiri Lucio. Right, you're playing very fast. You don't have a lot of that burst healing. Ryan can hold his shield, but you're really relying on your DPS to get a lot of these picks. Rest of GXC is just going to hold strong here. Wall comes in early. Not enough to cut people off. That's Kit being forced on both sides. Beats built up for both. Beat comes in from BM3. Pin as well coming in from Canada. Falls low, though. Has to cancel it. Rober finds that pick on a Pika. Advantage coming in from Scott. Beat late from Kylo. But it's 5 to 3 right now. PB forced to use recall. Looks like the rest of GXC is just fighting on high ground. BM3 looks to contest just to give a little bit of the space taken. Yeah, 18%. Scott takes it back at about 50 from GDXC. That's grab coming in early from GDXC, but that's a full health Ryan shield. Doesn't quite find anything. Kylo does find BM3 though. Raven cleans up onto Palestine. The Tracer for GDXC as well finds the Ryan, and a pretty good fight win coming out from Ska. They take point for a little bit, but GDXC brings it right back with a grab. They just sort of chunk down the rest of the team. I think Ryan feels a little bit weak with this, right? I think maybe you commit to something more like a monkey. They're walking up here. Canada is about to have Pulse goes wide. Ooh, does find the pick on a BM3 though. OC being forced on bridge by Robro. Doesn't quite find Raven there. Canada falls low, just has to die on point. Final fight coming up here, 80% and building for GDXC. L.U.A.U is holding on to that Blizzard, and they're about to have a Kitsune here for Palestine. Very early Blizzard coming in, maybe gives them a little bit of space. They are going to need a touch. Touch comes in from BM3. Robro falls, but the rest of Scott just has to drop to point. Kit coming in from Palestine, but already taken out. Shatter as well finds that pick onto Honor, but BM3 falls. It's just L.U.A.U and Canada on point. I mean, they're trying to stall as much as they can, but ooh, good pick onto the Tracer. Good shot onto the Tracer. Doesn't quite find anything. Kit coming out from Pika, and it's all GDXC. Desperation coming in from Ska as they just jump on point. First round going over to our former champions.
Score 0-1.
I think we're probably going to see changes for the side of Ska.
Ready for battle.
You have to wonder if the Rhine is still good, right? Maybe you just swap to playing Ramatra. Or even here, there's a lot more verticality. You maybe can commit to something like the Monkey. I think Monkey would still be fine into what GDXC is running. Especially on downtown here, I mean, we could see something like, I mean, I doubt we're going to see it, but something like a Widow could always be good. We're still going to be seeing, ooh, JQ return from Ska. They're going to be taking control of Theater first. Honor's just playing on high ground here, so Ska's trapped a little bit in Theater, but it's probably a lot safer for them. A lot of open space given up. Canada just trying to run on the back line. Ooh, good boop in. Almost catches out BM3.
What's up?
Yeah, BM3 falls to PB Lover. Kylo finds that pick out of Canada as well. Not quite able to be fast enough there. It's hard to get a lot of these jagged knives and build up a lot of your bleed, especially on JQ. First point flip going over here. Honor did lose Mac, but first percentage building up for GDXC.
Initializing systems.
Max back in time. Looks like the rest of Ska's gonna be taking coast here. Speed coming in. Palestine falls low already though. BM3 is extremely deep. Gets caught out by that Diva. You have to wonder if that's a misplay from the Lucio. Rest of Ska is just gonna dwindle out here. Might be better for them to just die early, get a respawn, and they're gonna have more fights. BM3 is back on respawn. It's gonna die again by the Tracer for GDXC. Zarya being committed from Canada. Probably in that response to the Diva, you want to put out a little bit more pressure. Looks like Diva's playing a little bit closer. Kitsune comes in. Looks like Russell Scott just has to retreat, but they get caught out early. Canada falls alongside both the supports. It's just a one-sided affair right now for GDXC. We'll see.
Good to see you. Let's do it faster.
see if they can make any changes here. They're trying to clear apartment right here. Laura, I've been extremely impressed by. Blade comes out early, beat in response by Kylo. He's gonna go to contest point. BM3 dead again. Raven finds that pick on a candidate with the OC, and GDXC takes this second round extremely one-sided, 2-0, putting themselves up in this quarterfinal. And a little bit of misplays, I think, coming out from Ska. I think if they... I think maybe the Lucio carry isn't right for them, right? If they can play a little bit more defensively, they could be a little bit better at poking out these teams. We'll go to a quick break. Figure out our next map. We'll be right back. Alright. If cam works finally, we should be getting back into it now. A 1-0 lead for GabeDeutschXimClub. Have a look at our map pool. Again, Busan looking pretty one-sided there. We're going to be going to Kings Row now. At both teams, are they ready? I think Kings Row is interesting. I think it benefits Canada, who's a Rhine primary player, like primarily playing Rhine consistently. So, we'll have to see. We can check in with our other game. That is Catboy versus White Poppy. I think that one's interesting because whoever wins this game is going to have to play them. And if it goes to Gabe Deutsch, I think both those teams are pretty evenly matched. We should. We're waiting on someone who's taking a piss, so. We'll go to a quick break. Muted again. Okay, we are getting back into it. Ska versus GabeDeutschXimClub. We are going to Kings Row, as shown before. We're just gonna get back into it. I'm not gonna waste any time. GabeDeutschXimClub are up 1-0.
Initiate
I think this is a fine selection coming out from Ska, right? But it's gonna be awkward for them. I think they can't stick on playing this Rhine with the what is it, the Lucio Kiri? I think that part of it is so weak, right?
ready for battle. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming.
Looks like we're seeing a Widow shot coming out early from Pyro. Doesn't quite anything and finds up swapping. We're seeing a Hanzo. I don't think we've seen a Hanzo come out like at all this tournament. I find it a little bit awkward. We're seeing Ska still sticking with this Rhine with the Kiri Lucio. I think it's just so awkward, right? Masha being forced by Honor. This comp looks a lot stronger. You're running the BAP, you're running the Lucio. I can give a lot better of idea of what you want to do, and you have a lot of breakpoints, right? You're gonna have Immo, you're gonna have wall comes in and Immo's immediately forced, and it saves Honor, right? I think that's a lot stronger. Ryan's gonna be pinning on point. Canada gets chunked down pretty low. BM3. They're just fighting Hotel here. Canada though gets chunked down again. You need something like the BAP, right? Suzu isn't strong enough.
You were foolish to face me.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Breaking them down.
I'll find them.
Payload's moving, Lucio's grooving.
See GDXC 5 minutes here to get through the second point. An Ana coming out from Palestine. I like that a lot better. I think this is significantly better than running the Kiri. You're gonna have anti too, right? So you're gonna be able to force out a lot more immortalities, and it's gonna cut down on what GDXC can do. GDXC also doesn't have a flex support, right? They're running Hanzo and Sojourn, right? So there's not a lot of utility you can use. I mean, you'll have something like Disruptor Shot, right? But not enough to really change fights. That's Dragon coming in early. BM3 almost gets caught out. It splits out Canada. Gets picked off early. BM3 just barely got to beat, right? So even still, they wouldn't have time to get it. GDXC is just running through this map.
You can't hide.
Disrupting.
Put them in the ground.
This ends.
That's OC being forced early from Pyro. Window as well. It's going to cut off a lot of this advantage. Looks like Canada's just going to walk under it, though. Contest point. Pyro, though, does find that pick onto two. Robro and Palestine falling. Just Canada on point here. Only has the heals from BM3, but they're not going to be able to fight this, right? Ooh, Lore finds two, actually. Maybe it would have been winnable, right?
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Just not quite there. That Ramasha perk's going to be even stronger, too, now. You do so much damage with those 6 shots that come out. Especially in close quarters. We're going to see La Palestine coming up to a Nano, so we'll probably see that on Lore. Probably see Nano Blade. Blade comes out onto Pyro. Beat a little bit early coming out from Kylo. Doesn't quite save anyone. Lore still finds that pick onto Pika. Cleans up onto Honor. 3 picks for the Genji. Finally putting a hold of this push from GDXC. Zarya swap coming out from Honor, and we are going to see the Hanzo making the change onto a Pharah. Ooh, big pick onto Lore. That's the opening here. BM3 might be able to get Kit in time, but gets chunked down. Canada falls early as well. GDXC is just so good at finding these early picks. Robro's Disruptor Shot catches out the Pharah. Just Canada on point to contest here, but Suzu comes out. Anti lands onto Honor. Bubble isn't there yet to save. Suzu being forced early. Robro comes back and finds their match onto Pyro, and a hold here from Ska at the last meterage.
Good to see you. Not so fast.
We're gonna see a barrage being built up here for GDXC. Still a Kit being held, right? So Scud does have opportunities here. They're gonna have to play a little bit more aggressive though, right? You give a lot of space and time to this Zarya, you're gonna get a lot of value, and immediately chunk down. Lore's dead again, once again from this Pharah. Kitsuna being forced early. Barrage comes in, finds that pick onto Robro. Palestine falls as well. BM3 dies as well, and GDXC, the grab to close it off, doesn't even catch the Tracer, but GDXC, 2 minutes 30 on the time bank. It's looking pretty one-sided. Now, Ska did play KP's. KP was here, and they did get one map win when they played them in groups. Ska ended up coming out second in that, which I think they did pretty good. They had a tough bracket. We can actually go check real quick. Ska had to play against Baegles Bastards and Deadlock Gang. I think Baegles Bastards was definitely the stronger one in that group, who had a good opportunity. But even that one wasn't close. Ska looked really good, but here in the GDXC, our last champions, they just can't find their match, right? We'll see a little bit of a change coming out from Ska. Juno Ana, I like that a lot better than running this Lucio, right?
What can I say? We've got good sense.
What matters is that we fight to the very last second.
I still have much to learn. Hello.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
We're gonna see Canada coming out on Ramatra. I mean, I think they should have done this from the start, honestly. I think the Rhine is significantly weaker. Even if it's a comfort pick, you have to play the Ramatra, right? Robro's opting for a Widow here. I like that, because you're cutting off a little bit of the sight lines that this Pharah is going to be able to hold. Looks like Scott's trying to walk on point here. Whatever Ska's getting pressured out, Canada's just holding point here. Bubbles being forced by Honor, building up a lot of charge though really early. 80% already. Lord gets chucked down by Pyro. Perfect, 3 there. Our finals MVP from last tournament.
Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
Damn.
I'm just getting started.
GDXC looking strong in their first fight there.
Was that all?
We'll see if there's any changes. I don't think there is gonna be any. Very little ults being built up. Canada's halfway, but you compare that to Grav, which is a lot slower to build. Honors already have that advantage. Laura's already high up here, trying to find some value. Chunks down them a little bit. Although Canada falling extremely early. 1 second left, shield comes back in time. They're gonna be able to fight on point. It's hard for Honor to be able to contest point here, right? Just like last time. That's Kit coming out early from Pika Pepper. That's the opening here for GDXC. They're gonna play both these supports, Kylo and Pika. They're just able to play safe enough. Canada just can't commit to it. Honor 100 charge, and they just sort of run down Ska. again, they have to play a lot faster, right? You need to do something with lore where you pair up and you're able to get these quick kills. I mean, you're playing that Sojourn, right? So you're looking to get good rails. You're looking to find lore who can just spam those missiles and find 120 damage, right? You have to play a lot faster because, again, you keep giving this Zarya space. Look at her. She's already at 100 charge. She has grab. Grab comes in. You catch out the Ramatra. Laura's close to falling. Beat comes in early from Kylo. Nano onto Laura. Barrage finds Honor. It's going to break through that beat. The Pharah for Ska. Orbit comes in from BM3, so they're down a little bit. BM3 barely tries to live, but it's not enough. Just Canada on point, I believe. Dealing with that Pharah. 70% build up. Lore comes back, but are already taken out. They just can't get a hold of this point. And look at that. The Zarya is already back. Honor's already back on point here. Canada playing a lot more aggressive. I like that. Catches out the Pharah, catches out Pyro, and cleans up onto Pika. Honor just didn't have space and time. Look at that. They play a lot faster. They break past those bubbles, and you just can't get a lot of value out anymore. Robro's building up to this OC. We're going to see an OC for Pyro as well. Pika building up to that Kitsune. This point might be a little bit better. I think it's going to be better for GDXC. I mean, both these Pharas are going to have a playground to mess around with, right? They're going to be able to abuse these high grounds, abuse these high roofs, and high ceiling that this map gives you.
It's go time.
Far from lore pressuring out. That's OC being committed by Pyro. I believe came up from high ground. Canada finds the match, but the rest of the team's already dead. Lore just gets out with their life. I believe both these Pharas are dueling right now. Or at least the Phara for GXC is in. Oh, excuse me. 70% end building. OCB is still being held by Robro. Pika Pepper is probably going to pop Kitsune in response. Just gives a lot more bubbles over. Pika Pepper gets chunked off before they can get Kitsune off. OC being committed. Robro's looking for this Pharah in the back line. Pyro drops down as well. Just to be cleaned up. Ska, I mean, they're taking it well, right? Not as decisive as GDXC's attack was, but they're getting through this map. A minute 30 here. We're probably going to have a recontest here at this final point. Pika's still holding on to that kit. We're going to see a Grav come out as well. They're going to want to try to catch that out on this Ramatra, but Lore, that Nano Barrage, I mean, you get movement speed with that. It's so strong. The Pharah does find the pick, but they are going to trade out. Pika might get out with their life. Pika ends up falling. I mean, Canada, or Ska, they are 230 going into final, and they're already about halfway, right? And they only need like 1 or 2 fight wins. They have a good opportunity to take this. Canada has Annihilation, forces Nemesis form. That's Grab being committed, Orbit, maybe too late. Just misplaced by BM3. Canada's still alive, still pushing. They think it's winnable. But with Robro falling, Annihilation committed from Canada, I think that's a misplay. You're not winning this fight. Right? Yeah, Palestine falls and you lose out on all of your heals. Honor just walking past the Ramatra. Ska, they got a minute 30 left. They want to end not in overtime, right? Give themselves an opportunity to win this map and not have a draw. Lore falling though, Canada as well. That's OC coming out from Pyro. Canada finds 2. Pyro with that OC doesn't find anything. Canada cleans up onto 3. It's just a brawl on this point. OC being committed from Robro. Grab comes out, but it's far too late.
Keep it moving.
A minute on the clock, and Ska's an opportunity to take this map.
Score 3-3. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Yeah, we'll see. First attack coming out here from Ska. We'll see what they plan to do.
I smell blood.
They're gonna stick with the same comp. I think this comp's significantly better when they try to run the Rhine, right?
Hello. Stay sharp. It's harder to
They
keep
do
your
have a
mind
minute
from
compared to
distraction.
2:30, right? So you're gonna want to expect to get it past. You're gonna want to cap at minimum, and then hope to get around that first choke, right? When you get payload out, because that's such a strong point to hold, right? Even there, maybe you look to go something like the Rhine if you're on defense and you don't get it past. Canada walking on a point early. Nemesis forced. Both these Pharahs just chunking each other down in Hotel. Canada finds that pick at a Kylo. That's the opening for Ska. They have an opportunity to win it here. Canada gets picked off, though, by Pyro. No tank now for the side of Ska. They're going to have to retreat or maybe take this fight. Robro meets up on Pyro, finds that kill. But they don't have anyone that can test point, right? You have to wait this minute. And look at that. Kylo's already back. Pyro's going to be back into this fight in a minute, right? You finally get Canada back, but it's like you just started, right? You're back at 30 seconds. Nemesis being forced early. They're building contest under the point. No ult being committed right yet. Pika building up to that kit. If they can get that, that's a fight win for them. Pyro, though, finds a pick on a Palestine. Finds a hack on a Lore. Pyro might die here on point, though. Lore finds the trade. Canada falls, though. Without the Ana for healing, you just can't get anything. 37% built up. Ska technically has the chance to win this. GDXC cleans up and they're gonna hold. So it's still winnable. It's still winnable for GDXC or Ska, but it's gonna be close, you know.
Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
GDXC. Yeah, they're only gonna have to get what, 37%? Just a little bit over a third, right? I mean, it's definitely winnable for Scott, but you're gonna have to do well.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Yeah, we're gonna see the same comp coming out for the side of Ska. Trying to land these antis, right? But I feel like it's a little bit lackluster when you're playing to Zarya, right? They catch out the Zarya in Hotel. Body block coming out from Canada. Gets booped out of the way by Kylo. What are you looking to do? You're looking to build ult here, right? And play a lot safer. Canada chunking them down. Both these teams get both their upgrades right off rip. Ooh, Canada falling extremely low, 50 health yet. Forced to pop Nemesis. Going to contest point here. building up close. Canada falling low. Ska just has to hold and heals on them. Lore falls, Robro falls as well. There's too much to handle. Looks like Ska is gonna lose this. GDXC takes map 2. A strong second point or second map. I think GDXC looks strong on there. Right? We will go to a quick break, figure out our next map, and hopefully get into that real quick. After this, we will have KP is here. We'll be playing Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. We'll do a quick break, and we should be back with our next map and then our next series if it's a 3-0. Alright, overlay is messed up again. We're not going to deal with that. But we're going to be looking at the next map here. We are going over in a New Junk City. Both teams are ready. 2-0 lead for GDXC right now. I mean, they look really strong. I don't know what I can say. Scott just does not have an answer, right? They're used to playing those sort of Ramatra comps or that Rhine comp, right? But it just gets shut down, right? No matter what you're on. If GDXC sees that they're on Rhine, they just go Ram. If they see they're on Ram, they can just go Zarya, right? I mean, we thought counter swapping wasn't going to be as strong, but here we are. I think New Junk's a good response, right? Maybe force Canada back onto that Junker Queen. It's a lot closer on most of these points. Right now they're hovering a Zarya. I think that's a little bit awkward, right?
The Hashimoto are a massive force.
Maybe they think they can win out, but we'll
than
see.
A gang of kids.
What? You think we shouldn't fight back?
I think you need to start fighting smarter.
3, 2, 1. Behold my initial flashpoint.
Let's get this done.
Yeah, we're gonna see Zarya's on both sides. Anti comes in early. So I don't know about running an Ana here, right? Maybe you use it for the healing, but like, oh, Canada falls already, right? I think maybe you're just missing out on the fact that like these antis aren't really worth it. They're just gonna get Suzu'd. Guardian or Genji for GabeDeutschXimClub cleans up. BM3 swapping onto Juno. Was it a Curie, or I could have sworn it was a Juno as well. Maybe I'm tripping. Both these teams still committed to running this Zarya, right? Genji on both sides too, right? You're chunked out pretty low. Scott here, opting to push a little bit further on the right side, right? Palestine's in a vulnerable spot. That speed ring coming in early. They don't commit off of it, right? Honor falls low. Canada plays up to half here. Bubble goes in. Speed ring as well. They're just going to push on this. 70% end building. It's about 75%. Yeah, 75% there for GDXC. They come out on top. We're gonna see a nano being held here from Palestine. We'll see if they play this early, right? Nade comes in. I believe that lands onto Pika. Nana comes out onto Canada. You're gonna lose your supports. Maybe Canada can win this though. Nah, 60 health already. Maybe that's a misplay. I don't believe BM3 had orbit there, but even so, I don't think he lived that, right? 80% in building. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a touch here for the side of Ska, right? They're going to go under. Lore looks like they'll get the touch first. Oop, not quite there. Orbit being forced early. That's grab as well. Beat both support alls forced by GDXC, but no one can touch. First point going over to GDXC here.
We need to attack the objective.
I won't let you fall.
Hello.
Blade comes out early from Genji on GDXC, finds that peck onto Palestine. Honor cleans up on the other Zarya. GDXC winning here on Junkyard. This is Junkyard? It's gotta be, whatever. Scrapyard? I think that's what it is.
This ends
That's OC
now.
being popped by Robro early. Doesn't quite find anything. The rest of GDSC just kites back. Honor falls low. L.U.A.U does find the pick onto the other Genji, though. One death, and it completely kites out GDXC. Asleep on Honor. Antied as well. Palestine finds that kill. Scott wants to chase, but they don't quite find it. 50% being built up for our reigning champs. L.U.A.U is gonna have Blade. Maybe they save up and wait to get the Nano Blade going. But with how fast GDXC plays, we'll have to see. That's OC being committed by Raven. They jump onto Palestine. No Nano being built in time. L.U.A.U with the Blade. Doesn't quite find anything yet. Jumps onto Pika, but Honor chunks him down. Both these Zaryas just dueling on point, but with Junos each, but I think it's gonna go for the side of GDXC. BM3 falls, and 90% for Ska, which is good. It was a long fight, but GDXC just looked way too strong. Plus, they're gonna have Grav for this fight. If they go fast enough, they can get Grav off before Canada can. That's Grav coming in from Canada, and looks like Ska's gonna get this point. They tie it up.
Secure. Next, flashpoint, relax.
Hello.
Oh, my caster's getting here. I'm so tired.
Target's locked. Open fire.
Yeah, Ray up was.
Disrupting.
See what they do. Rubber finds that pick on Honor early. Canada gets the speed rings, gonna chase down Raven, finds that kill. Kylo gets out with their life. First flip going over for Ska. Blade comes out early here. GDXC doesn't quite find anything. Honor finds L.U.A.U though. Canada does get the Nano. Palestine cleans up onto Raven. That dual Nano is doing wonders right now. Palestine falling low, still gets chunked down. BM3 not quite able to keep them up.
This ends now.
OC being popped by Robro awfully late, right? You're already down your Zarya, you're done, you're Ana. Honor, though, falls extremely low. It's win over Ska. Honor, though, cleans up that kill. Robro still walking. It's the Lucio, Kiri, and Soj, but you only have a Juno for heals. You can't contest this. Flip goes over to GDXC. Raven finds their match. Although Canada is back. We'll probably see maybe a flip once more. BM3 gets caught out. Raven with a great shot. Gonna keep this point flip for them. 30%. Flip does go over for Canada, actually. Honor is back. Canada falls, though. Scott gets it back in a scrappy fight, and then they just lose it again, right? They did build up 90%, though. We'll see an OC for Raven being held and a Grav on both sides. So another big final fight here. We saw this happen on Junkyard, right? OC being committed by BM3. Grav coming in from Honor. BM3 already falls, though. That OC's a little bit late. Blade coming in from L.U.A.U. L.U.A.U piicks up onto Kylo. Trades on both sides. 3-2 right now, though. L.U.A.U falls. It's just Robro. Robro versus Azaria, but it's not enough. third point, it's gonna go over to GDXC. They're gonna win it.
Come on, everyone.
Match point now. Match point in the map. Match point in the match. They have an opportunity to knock Ska out. Ska, big contender from last tournament as well. Both these teams, actually. GDXC ended up winning it all. And they're definitely going to try to win it all again, right?
Disrupting.
I got you.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
That's Kit coming in from Pika. Canada catches out on Raven. Both Sojourns down. Kylo falls as well. A great bubble coming in from Honor. Helps keep up this Genji for a little bit longer, but it's all Ska there. I think their backline's a lot stronger, right? You sustain a little bit more. We'll see L.U.A.U go off the Genji onto a Reaper, right? So you're putting on a little bit more frontline pressure. That's going to force out Suzu. It's going to force out Bubbles a lot sooner. Both these Zaryas, or at least Canada's built up to high charge. Grab coming in early from Honor. Catches on to L.U.A.U and Canada. Beat from Kylo as well. Maybe unnecessary. Honor cleans up on both those. Good sleep from Palestine, but they're just gonna sit on point and die. A pretty decisive fight win, a grab and a beat. GDXC get cap. And they're slowly making their way to this map win. And match win, for that matter. Can we get a comms check?
Area denial.
I don't know if I can do that. I don't want to interrupt. Blade coming in from Guardian Angel, immediately taken out. Robro finds that pick. Grab coming in early as well. They want to win this fight here. 50% in building. They're going to get touch on point here. GXE almost has to die early now so they can get group respawn. 50% in building. We're going to see maybe one or two fight lefts here. We'll see. Off of the Genji onto the Tracer now from GDXC. Just trying to build up that Zarya health. Canada does have the advantage on charge, I believe. Nope. We're gonna see BM3 holding on to Orbit. Orbit early. They want to play this strong. Oh, Palestine already taken out early. That's Blossom coming out from L.U.A.U, but you don't find anything with it. Raven just picking off the Reaper, sitting in main. Robro and Canada will find a match though on both their roles. Raven's OC and no touch coming out from GDXC. 2-2, it's tied up. Scott win that point. We're going to Refinery here. We'll see L.U.A.U off the Reaper onto a Venture. I like Venture here, right? Immediately forced to borrow Chi. So much spam coming in from GDSC. L.U.A.U getting chunked down awfully low. Honor is the biggest threat. No Suzu in time. Forced to back up. And that nano onto L.U.A.U.
Let's increase our pace.
We'll see what Ska can do. They might be able to bring this one back.
Not so fast. Coming through.
Charge being built up. Or bubbled in as well. You have so much advantage. Grab coming in early from Honor. Honor falls, but the rest of the team cleans up. Robro finds that pick though with OCB coming in from Kylo. They want to win this. The Lucio though falls. A bunch of misplays coming out from GDXC. Early dive coming in from Robro. Jumps in. Does get the help of their team, but they get chunked out. Canada's dead, so maybe they should just spot on point, right? Palestine's gonna fall low and die. 90% though. Ska only needs one more fight win. And they could take this map and start their way towards a reverse sweep. GDXC is going to have to be perfect here, right? They're going to have OC and a pulse. If they can land a good pulse right here, they're going to start off this fight strong. That's an early grab coming in. Finds it on a Pika. Suzu perfectly timed, but no Kitsune in time. Raven popping OC. Does find that pick on a BM3. Robro pops up. Doesn't quite find that pick onto Guardian Angel. Raven, though, cleans up onto Lore. Robro falls as well. Canada finds the other Zarya. They both trade out on each other, but advantage still for GDXC. One more fight, actually. Ooh, GDXC, they're being brought to their limits here. It might not feel like it, but especially on this map, in that Zarya mirror, Canada being forced to go onto the ball, maybe just to contest. 96% on to point here with Canada. Lore still onto that venture, gonna have a lot of time to stall. Almost has Tectonic Shock. Kylo, though, cleans up onto the ball. The strongest part, Nano comes out. Lore's trying to find some of these picks. Finds a pick onto Honor. Pika is anti. Guardian Angel, though, finds BM3. You're missing a ball and a Juno for the side of Ska. Lore falls as well. It's just Robro and Love Palestine. Palestine finds the anti, but 99% and dwindling. Canada doesn't quite touch. GDXC, a 3-0 win over Ska. Puts themselves into grand finals again. 2 years running. Or not, 2 events running, I gotta say. Head back to cam, and I need my bracket. A 3-0 win for GDXC. They're looking really strong here. We'll go to a quick break. We got games that we got to get right into. We are waiting on those. Next up will be KP Was Taken versus Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. We'll be right back with that.
Welcome back to OOL Spring Skirmish. And today we have a great match casted by me and Caleb, yours truly, your favorite duo caster.
I'm so excited to be back.
Oh my god. I can't contain myself.
No, these last 2 matches, they're gonna be great. I'm expecting like 30 maps between them.
Well, why don't you introduce Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade for us, Caleb?
All right. Well, it's a team full of people I know personally. Lots of friends on this team. L.U.A.U, amazing tank player, really good at Rhine, Hog, all the ground tanks really. They even got a diva on them if they needed to go to the dive. Very talented on all the flex supports. Best at Ana, probably the best Ana I know. Jedi Penguin, okay, like my fault.
Well, KB is taken. We have Julia. Of course, we saw Julia earlier in the tournament playing Tracer for Make-A-Wish, if not mistaken. And honestly, she was looking really good on the Tracer, really making those opening picks for them. You have Julia, which I'm not. That's Senna. That's Senna, of course. And I think she's gonna be playing Flex DPS if I'm not mistaken. And Herobrine 9, which of course everyone knows that's Derpy, the Rhine one trick of NA. I mean, makes wonderful content, great at Rhine. Can play other tanks too. You see him on the Sigma sometimes, the Winston. Yukino, who I'm not too familiar with myself, but I'm sure they can hold themselves to that caliber of these players. I have no doubt in my mind. Satanics, we saw also earlier in this tournament, playing very well. Honestly, this should be a really good match. As I think it's more even than some people think.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. We saw them earlier today. Their DPS line after that game, they need no introduction. Otter, Jedi Penguin, they got 2Ks, they got 3Ks whenever they needed it, clutching up maps for their team. L.U.A.U in on tank, just an amazing player all around. We might see the Rhine mirror come out. They're very impressive on that hero. This backline too, varied. Probably the best on I know. Very good at the BAP, very good at the Kiri too. They can play whatever. Izuya? Last match we saw, I think they were the difference maker on the Juno. They kept finding early picks, especially with that headshot perk. Just so deadly on the hero.
I happen to agree, Caleb. Multiple times during the other match, Fanny Brigade, Izuya just went to go 1v1 the Pharah and absolutely dominated. I mean, you don't see those types of plays made by Juno players often these days. And a Jedi Penguin, maybe a name some are unfamiliar with, but I mean, honestly, Jedi Penguin and the Solo just kept on making the difference. Every time they had OC, just some heads were ripped off. You can't, I mean, for such a big question mark, you really can't complain.
And we're starting on Lijiang Gardens here. In my opinion, you can play anything on this map. You can play poke, dive, or brawl. It's a very like flexible map, I'd say. We're seeing L.U.A.U flash around, varied on that Ana like we mentioned. Derpy, his signature Rhine. Never mind, he's onto the ball. Looks like a normal dive comp from kapeywastaken. Ball Zen Brig versus a standard brawl. Ana, no BAP, no Juno. I'm not sure if they'll have the sustain for these fights.
Okay, but as you see, the ball's looking for a nice setup, big slam at the top. Oh, and a big boom onto Otter. That's what you want to see to open up the map. Herobrine 9 looking for a roll through. You really, I mean, what do you do if you're Her Majesty's? You have to just anchor up. Hopefully you can't get more pick, but that's where this ball comp excels, is when everyone is grouped up. You can get that flash damage from the far, and that seems to be the fight. Very well played from kapeywastaken. They're really playing this ball comp to its strengths.
That's what I've seen. Otter moving over onto the far now. The mate not gonna work against this ball comp. You're just too vulnerable to the slams. They're just gonna shoot you, especially when you don't have a lamp or missiles to help you sustain.
Azuya finds the big pick on Satanix. Let's see what happens next. Oh, Otter is off the map, maybe misjudging how much fuel he had left. Just trying to stabilize now. Derpy is stuck on the coast. Someone help him. Maybe just looking for a boop on him. Honestly, just got too stuck there.
That fight, it was very messy. Otter died first, but then they come back. They get a couple cleanup kills at the end. Fight's still going. They're trying to shoot point, but there's no tank available for kapeywastaken. They're just gonna have to reset, concede the point here.
Lazuli pushes at the Zen, trying to make sure the Zen can't really get that major advantage of the... Oh, the tragedy has struck. Hero Pride 9. And I guess
that's all right though, because they got the nano out for nothing.
Honestly though, I mean...
Like, oh, Julia did use the pulse, but look at this. They're coming up onto 4 ults for kapeywastaken. Beat still 30% off. It's gonna be Shatter Barrage OC.
Mine's up top. You better look out. These are a little deadly. All of high ground is taken, maybe forcing Her Majesty's to drop. The Zuli pins at the Zen, trades the Brig for Trank. That's a huge trade. Just stabilize now, keep Lazulia alive. Big nade onto the Zen. They still need to do stable. Oh. A bit of a whip shatter from Lazuli. You know what happens? A little miscalculation on the y-axis.
Very expensive fight for both sides. Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, they use the shatter, they use the barrage. They're gonna have beat and OC. Yukino died so early, they hold on to the rally though. This might be the turning point for them.
You see Otters up here, trying to hide from the Zen, trying to get some extra proc out. You see, rally comes out from kapeywastaken, beats return, but Derpy now back onto the Rhine. Honestly, there's not much you can do in this. Just not enough resources from the Brig and the Zen.
This ends now.
Julia finds 2 though. OC pop from Jedi Penguin. Azuya finds Julia. It's still messy on point. Anyone's flip now, but Azuya finds Yukino, and I think that will be the point.
That point there, I think Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, they had it right just playing comfort picks. Varied came up big on the Ana. I wasn't sure how well it would do, like, in the brawl here, but he hit the sleeps he needed onto Derpy. He hit the nades he needed to, and he stayed alive. That's all you can ask for from your support.
I think the Rhine swap was just a bit of desperation in the last moments, you know? Just some more to get back, more reliable than the ball maybe, but you still have that Zen Brig, just not enough backline, you know, support to keep Derpy alive on that point for very long.
They're moving over to a Lucio Bap now. Probably better on this more brawly point. They might just run over the Ana if Very can't hit a big nade to open up the fight.
All of us.
I think the Ana is still favored here. I mean, Bap these days just not looking as good as he used to be, especially in the Rhine mirror. Lazuli pins at Julia, trying to force them out of the angle, forcing them up top. Otters can just put so much damage on up there if he's allowed to get those angles.
But kapeywastaken, they're kind of put into a fishbowl on this high ground. Otter picked first though.
Derpy misses the pin, but the Torb is overextending. Lamp is thrown. Unfortunately, Zuli gets too zoned by the positioning that kapeywastaken takes. Swap over Genji now. Honestly, I like this. The Pharah can't really do much here against the Torp Soj Bap as well. I mean, I really like the Genji swap.
And I think that fight was really good. Not much poke. The fight was really fast, so not much support ult charge was built. Any ult charge, really. This now, it's just gonna be a fight winner.
Otto's poking from the side, see if he can find a nice little entry in. The pin comes out from Derpy, but the lamp is just, it's too valuable there in that small room. Varied can't find the nade.
It's just clean up right now. There's no really wide angles for the Otta to play. It's all really tight chokes on this map. And I think that's where they're struggling, because last time he sat on the high ground. He just got a pepper shot and hit his sleeves, hit his nades. There's no angle for this now as window comes out.
Window is dropped, and Stasis, put it in the video. No one was shattered. Just put it in the video, Stasis. I know you want to. Still, the window was too much for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, but they do have the Nano online. This could be big.
That was 2 ults for nothing. But Otto, he swapped so much. He doesn't even have a torp ult yet, so the only ult online is Berries for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade versus a beat, an overclock, and a torp ult.
This ends now.
OC is popped from Julia. We'll see how aggressive they want to take this fight. Nano onto the Zuli. Derpy's falling, dangerously low. Junkrat swap. Slam hits Yukino. Can they find the trade? Lazuli's dead, and the beat goes off. Azulia has to touch now with the BOC online, but Otters is down below, looking for the touch with the mine.
This ends
Gets the touch.
now.
OC is popping Giant Penguin, rips AJAX head off. Oh my God! Julia's dead. Senna's dead now from the OC. Jedi Penguin with the OCs is the difference maker. He is shown time and time again.
No, we talked about this pregame. He is so good with the overclocks. He always gets 1, probably 2, maybe even 3 most times. And there's not much more you can ask from your hit scan player.
911, Jedi Penguin has OC and is in my house. Send someone fast.
So, like, B and OC came out from kapeywastaken there. But every ult but the beat was used for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. As Derby pins it, takes us simply off the map.
Just absolute tragedy strikes. I mean, Lazuya dying with the beat as well. Let's see, Otis is dead too. He has the rip tire, but there's just nothing you can do.
Very KB is and an AJAX at the end, because, of course.
Score 1.
Honestly, Jedi Penguin it just looks so impressive throughout all these series. I think the big change-up you need to make here, I think you must have to go Juno Brig with the Rhine if you want to go into the BAP Lucio. There's just so much shield break. You need to be moving that much faster, and the brawl with the Inspire is just, you just need it.
Just a few ghosts I'm laying
I think the Juno is necessary here. Maybe Juno BAP, Juno Brig, whatever they're more comfortable with. But maybe even mirror the BAP Lucio. I don't think the Ana is the pick here though. It's just too easy to block them off with the shield. LOS them, like drag the team away from where the Ana wants to fight. Ana better on this point though, wider sightlines.
I think the Ana's just gonna find trouble finding angles. I mean, they're playing very DPS dominant DPS that dominate angles very well. I mean, especially in current meta, Torb just can't take an angle off of him. He sits there and with his turret on an off angle, sits there with overload, and you can't move him.
Otter, he did move over to the Sin here. We're gonna see how that helps in the Brawl Mirror. Just farming that beam off of Derpy, you're gonna have 150 damage per second karma.
Derpy just pinned to the right side mega, allowing Senna to get picks. I'm sorry, Derpy with the quick reset. I mean, that's just, there was just so much splittage happened that I think Derpy just has to reset there. Only cleanups happening through right now. Let's see how we look at the shatter gap. 73 to 31. Derpy hasn't been able to get really active here.
But look at the window charge here. They're gonna build that window very soon. They're gonna just drop it on point, and there's not much Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade can do to counter it.
The Zuli daring Derpy to get active against him, but maybe gets too big for his boots, as no backline had an angle on him.
No ults had to be used for that fight. It was very quick, very easy for kapeywastaken to win. I said it's still 35 on the Molten Core. I'm not too sure what they're doing right now. And Otter goes back onto the fire where they want to go.
I think in this mirror, specifically against the Rhine with the Rhine and Bar, you kind of have to just mirror unless you commit to the BAP. Zuli tries to run through the window, but it's just too much. Zuya maybe not connected with his Ryan too very well. Just the coordination there is a little off.
Oh, but Otter gets Jagger. I was gonna say that was really good, a really fast fight, and then they'll be able to go with Beat, Nano, or Shatter. Another whip comes out from Derby. What he did off the map!
Oh no!
An equal elixir trade, in my books.
It's Shatter for Shatter, but Derpy still gets the ult charge off of the pin off the map. Now you're seeing Her Majesty Fanny with 3 ults. They have to go aggressive here. Beat is used by Yukino in the backline, chasing Buried.
It only hits Yukino. They get nothing for it.
It was a solo Beat, trying to make an aggressive play, I think.
And
Perhaps maybe getting a little too silly. Lazuli is off the map one more time. But Otter finds the trade onto Senna. Let's see if Penguin decides to rip the OC here. Maybe a Nano OC is just what the doctor ordered. Finds the trade on Julia. In the barrage. Finds Yukino on the right side. I think the OC is the right play here soon. Nano onto Lazuli and Buried. I think this is kind of a useless Nano. There's just no one around to swing on or do anything at.
No, Derby pinned onto him. Buried had to use the double Nano to live. Big value from Derby just ending like that to trade out his support ult. But Izuya still has to beat Jedi Penguin. Has this OC. We've seen him be so good with it this entire tournament.
Also, Otter with the barrage he might need the beat to stay alive. Lazuli and Buried fall. Izuya dies with the beat. Otter barrages. The OC is ripped. Julia's won. Oh, Jedi Penguin just can't make it done right here. Just the CC from the far is just too much, and that's map 1, Caleb.
See, I think the issue is Diana is so vulnerable in the brawl, unless you could like set her up on the high ground, which they weren't able to do because Derpy was just stuffing the door. There's infinite spam from the Pharah, excuse me.
I think you just need the BAP into the Pharah. It's just too much pressure that no one can really contest all that very well. Just clean shots from Jedi Penguin. Oh my god.
We're gonna go to a little break now between maps. While we're on that break, you should go vote for the OOL MVP.
And we are back. I think the map selection here is going to be Saravasa. A little less favorable for the Rhine, but Aristophane's now in for her Fanny Brigade. I think we're going to start seeing the Queen again. Kind of just like the signature hero for Dylan here. I think the JQ into the Rhine is a really good pick. What do you think, Caleb?
I think we are going to see the Queen here. They might struggle a bit on first point with how long the sidelines are. You could just shoot the Queen infinitely. We're pausing right now, but I'm going to continue. You could just shoot the Queen infinitely on first point with your Soj, with a Torb, whatever else you want. But the other points, they're so tight. It's hard to really get LOS on the Queen because she'll just hide behind a wall. You walk at her. She uses her axe. 1 million HP instantly printed.
I think the strat of the Rhine just holding shield on point while the DPS just poke out the Queen infinitely is going to be really strong here on the first point, but I don't know how it's going to fare on the others. A lot of these points are outside of first point, a lot more brawly, a lot more close, you know? If the Queen can just get past that Rhine and onto the back line, I mean, the Rhine has very limited options and a lot of the value is just gone.
I feel like we will be able to see Jedi Penguin and Otter go ballistic on the Sojourn, the Genji, the Tracer, whatever they want to play, with how many quick off angles you can take. On this map, you can slide, you can blink anywhere, and then you just have like perfect LOS on the back line. You take your shot and then you just run back to your team. It's really hard to punish that. Derpy gonna be flashing the Mauga here though.
Honestly, I like it. The Mauga into the Queen, more favorable towards the Queen, but still, I think the Rhine just struggles on most of the points on this map, and it's not worth just playing Rhine first.
I really like the Jodes here coming out from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. I'm not sure about the DPS line for kapeywastaken.
I think kapeywastaken just kind of get a little silly, not really taking this match too seriously, but that's where upsets happen, Caleb. You see now, Her Majesty's taking the right side of point. They're just getting ready to stage, while kapeywastaken takes the left. Just a lot more angles for the soldier to take. Just playing on his own. It seems like they're trying to run on the soldier. Very smart move. I think you can remove that soldier first. As a team, there's not much they can really do about it. Just so split, but they give up point for it.
They give up cap for it, and this Jun, he just gets to spam down this really long sideline. Derpy pins in though. As Otter goes in the backline and kills Senna.
Mauga shout is forced. Otters finds two. Folks at home, if you don't know this, Otters is a top 10 console EU DPS player. Truly a talent. Honestly, quick cleanup from Her Majesty's. That's the type of fights you want on this Queen comp. Just these fast, not slow, just brawly points where the Mauga's shout is forced first before the Queen shout.
That was very smart. They played this left side of the point. They made it tight. The soldier couldn't get angles on them, and they were just able to run them down the flank as very big Senna.
There's fine Senna. See, this is the type of caliber Very is. Maybe Kiri's not his most comfortable character, but he can still play it and finds picks like that. Her Majesty's is kind of having, you know, poke fest. Stomp comes in from Derpy. Can't really find much, just stabilizing from Her Majesty's. Junk around the off angle, but Jedi Penguin, reliable on the Soj, finds the pick.
Rush comes out from Very. They trade out on Aristophanes though. Very gets his gap on Yukino.
I mean, the Mauga's following dangerously low. No shout. Aristophanes falls first, but it really doesn't matter.
Are they just giving this up? No, Julia does get the touch, and they're gonna engage with Ray.
The Ray is committed, which honestly, if I'm Her Majesty's, I take that and leave.
No, that's so good. You use your rush, and they use Ray for a fight. They could have just won anyway. They could have just walked in. It was only Jedi Penguin and Azuya there. And look,
Julia has
both DPS ults available. Jedi Penguin, like we said, so good with his overclock. Senna goes over to the Sojourn too, as Julia mirrors the Genji.
Maybe getting a little too silly. Very is found first, didn't really expect the stop. B is committed. Julia finally really low. Julia too, but honestly that's fine. Jedi Penguin finds Julia. Stop on an Aristophanes' head. It really takes him out the fight. Back to spawn room you go, Welsh boy. And now we get a reset going.
Oh, see, That's good on paper, but you don't get to touch, and you lose B for next fight. Blade and Rush came out from KP was taken. For the point. I think overall, that's a good old trade for both.
Cage online. Well, never mind. It's used to trap Azuya and buried. That's kind of what you want with the cage there. Maybe a quick fight before the fight, the point even on caps.
There's not much they can do against the cage here without the beat. Usually against these mountain comps, you have like a Pharah or excuse me, a Juno, maybe even an EMP just to help shred this cage, you know. But
I mean, full ults online for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. Stomp in by Derpy, Blade and Kitsune in response. I really don't think that Queen was needed, but honestly, you just want anything to cap this point now. You allow them, like letting L.U.A.U have the forward positioning on the point is just not what you want in the Queen comp.
That was such an overcommitment. I think you only want to use 2 of those ults. Now you only have Jedi Penguin with the overclock versus this orbital ray. Senna will have her overclock too. It's not looking good for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade this next fight.
You know, they call Jedi Penguin the difference maker, and he's showing us why right there. Aristofane's kind of just overcommits into the backline without Barry there to help him. Senna finds Azuya. These things are looking dire. Suzu is forced, but Senna finds Otter as well. I think that's fight.
Capturing the point.
Like,
hello.
We glaze Jedi Penguin all the time, but we can't forget Senna, very, very good hit scan player. Played T2, made ODBCS last year. It's a tough matchup even for someone of the caliber of Jedi Penguin, who held onto this overclock for 5 minutes now.
And what folks at home may not know, oh wow, that is tragic. Blade is popped from Julia, but I think it's been an overcommitment of the Kitsune rush. But as I was saying, maybe folks at home don't know, Jedi Penguin is coming off a 1-year break of Overwatch, I think. And he's playing this well. Honestly, it's incredible.
That feels much better.
That's point 2 capped.
Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade don't touch. They're going over to Palace now for this 3rd point. Well, we'll see if Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, if they can do anything to turn this around. Jedi Penguin still nursing this first overclock. It's about to fall off the bone. Senna has her overclock to match, and they hold the raid, which is popped first.
This is very easily kiteable for Her Majesty's Hero Brine 9 off the map somehow. I'm not sure how that has happened. But still, fight another win for KP was taken.
Sometimes you believe in your team so much, you just gotta trade yourself. And look how cheap that was. That was only the orbital ray. Senna gets to hold onto this overclock. Otter has another blade. So yeah, coming up on a beat, this next fight, it's Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade's fight to lose, I think.
I think Her Majesty's really just messed up on the econ when they overcommitted those the Rampage and the Kitsune Rush. 2 very fight-winning ults. You can't stack them together. That does disastrous things to the economy, like the Great Depression. Unfortunately, Julia finds Jedi Penguin. Otters finds trade on Senna. Finds Satanics. Can he find one more? Julia's looking rather low. Finds Aquino on the Curie, and that's a fight win for Her Majesty's.
Otters, he found 3 with only the blade. That's a very good fight. Senna, she popped the overclock. She died with it. 2 Otters blade. That's the best fight you could ask for if you're Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade.
Maybe
now you have both support
getting
ults.
A little too confident.
This first OC still, and Rampage versus what? A blade and a cage. Again, I think Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, they just win this fight for free because they have ults.
Beating Kitsune out, and another overcommitment, I think. I think they're still gonna lose this fight due to the cage. Kia finds Otters. The blade is just too deadly in the cage. Aristophanes finds 2 though. Jedi Penguin rips the OC, finds the Juno and the Genji. And the, oh my god, Jedi Penguin, every time he rips this overclock, it's just, the enemy team must start shivering in their pants, a little scared.
But that was 4 ults. Derpy going over to the Sigma now, and Yukino has the Kitsune rush. Nothing to answer this from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. This looks like it might be the end of the map.
I don't know. Maybe the 6 swap is just too detrimental for them. Kitsune rush onto point. Let's see what can happen. Rock is thrown, but misses. Julia finds Jedi Penguin, but the fight's not over, Caleb. Someone help Aristophanes. Can't happen. The backline, it is under very dangerous conditions right now by the Sigma. It's just Otters left.
Dude, there's gonna be one more fight here, but Her Majesty Phantom Brigade, they have no ults. Aristophanes goes over to the Winston. They have to fight into an overclock, into an orbital ray. This looks like it's gonna be the end of map 2 if they even touch.
It's looking dire, Caleb, but Aristophanes on the Winston trying to make some space, but Julia in the backline causing some disarray. Oh, they don't even touch. Honestly, I think it was a really good match overall, but the ult econ from Her Majesty's was just too poor. They kept on using these fight-winning ults when just stacking them as well.
The fights were so fast, they never got to set up their win cons. Jedi Penguin, he never got to use that overclock until the 3rd point. And when they did use ults, they just dumped all 5 to win the fight. And you can't be doing that if you want to win a whole map.
It's just I agree.
But we're going to be going to another break. If you haven't already, please go vote for MVP.
And we are back with the map choice being Esperanza, maybe a more dive-focused map, something that would favor Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, I think.
Mm-hmm. Aristophanes, he's still in. He's very good at the Winston. Otter, he's very good at this Genji. And then this plays his strengths, like we said earlier. Varied gets to play his Ana. And then Jedi Penguin, he gets to run around our Sojourn. This map, it's so hard to contest a hit scan if you're not nearing the dive, which we saw it earlier. kapeywastaken, they do not look good on the dive.
And honestly, Caleb, I don't know if many people know this, but Aristophanes and Otter have been on teams before. I mean, they link up telepathically on the dive. They've been here before. They've done there, done that. They're very experienced players together. And honestly, there's a 6th player on the enemy team now.
Okay.
Oh, Derpy is playing DPS. He's blocking the J Silly.
Well, Derpy, he's a known DPS player in ranked. It wasn't Zomba playing on his account. That was just a lie to save face. It was him hitting rank 1 on Tracer.
But honestly, I mean, as such a talent as Derpy is, hitting rank 1 on Tracer whilst being a Reinhardt player, I mean, you'd expect those mechanics not to carry over, but I mean, here we are.
Look, I really like this comp we see coming out of her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. The D.Va, it can help brawl against the Reinhardt. He's on his Ana, onto Tracer, everyone on their best heroes, I think.
Dylan going after the Widow, forcing off the angle, contesting the high ground so the Widow and the Ana can't hold it. Just holding that space. Buying space for his DPS to maybe find an angle. Senna on the Rhine, just holding point alone, while Derpy sits in the mini room, just poking out forever. Dylan decides to go. Senna tries to pin back, trying to help Derpy, but it's just impossible to happen. He was already dead. Zuya finds it, Satanics, and honestly, this is looking a little more scrappy. The trap finds Otter. The Widow dangerously low, but Izuya finds Yukino in the back line. Izuya is just hunting back there. The deadly frog.
This comp, it's a complete counter comp. There's not much that kapeywastaken can do about it. They don't have a bunch of mobility. They kind of have to sit still. And then Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, they take infinite angles. Derpy hiding behind them. I'm not sure if they know he's in this turbo.
Probably not, but maybe it won't make the difference. Otter knows, I think. Trying to take that duel now. And Dylan is being stuffed, body blocked. They just collapse onto Dylan when he tries to make the difference. Otter finds a trade onto the Widow, though. Maybe him and Izuya can find more. Derpy looking dangerous slow, finds a trade on to Varied, but Otter trades it back. Dylan's coming back with the bomb soon. If they can elongate this fight, this is very winnable. Izuya falls to Yukino, though. Maybe they have to chill out a little bit.
It's only Jedi Penguin up right now. Aristophanes is back, but they don't have any support. Very died. He's very slow on Ana. He'll be back soon, but you can't count on him for this fight right here.
Let's get moving.
Otter gaps the other Tracer, but is found by Satanics. But you have the Nano online for Her Majesties. Oh, the Cole is committed too late. That's actually so big. A big win con for kapeywastaken. Aristopane's going onto the Junkrat now. Derpy falling dangerously low.
Oh, beat is committed.
Dylan just doesn't shoot his gun, but still finds Derpy with the bomb. The bomb has to be committed, though. Satanics finds the trade onto Varied, but it's not enough, and they don't even get checkpoint lead.
Oh, that's a very scrappy fight. You trade both support ults for Nano, Pulse, and Bomb. I like that trade, if I'm kapeywastaken.
Recall forced by Dylan, pinched by Otters. Shatter comes out. The only found is Zuya and Jedi Penguin. Those two fall, but not much point progress is being taken here. Satanics falling dangerously slow, and Otters is there. Deciding to back off, though. Maybe trying to take this fight at another time. Derpy is dead again. Dylan is just clamping him up, making sure he can't throw those frag grenades.
But Aristophanes, he's doing so good at getting these DPS early, but he's sacrificing the front line for it. He's out in the middle of nowhere to kill these DPS, and he dies so late he gets staggered.
Nade out to Senna. Jedi Penguin finds the Tracer, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Actually, never mind. Otters finds Senna. The Lucio is also very dangerously low. Moira's down. The Lucio is still up top by himself. Free kill. It's still no checkpoint lead for kapeywastaken.
Oh, this DPS line, it's so good from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. They have infinite bullets just to shoot into whoever they want. Infinite mobility to get wherever they want. The tower comes out from Derpy. And Otter's creeping on the left side, looking for the pulse bomb. Nearly goes wide, but still the beat comes out from Izuya. So much more frontline brawler pressure that you have with this beat. There's just so many people stuck in the staircase as well. It's just spelling disaster. Cole is also committed. That's very... I can't even say that's good. Derpy goes over to the cast now. Karari dies so late to Otter. Just the overclock and the beat coming out of Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. They're gonna have the bomb. They're gonna have a Nano. And they get the checkpoint. This is so bad for KB's fan club. Not fan club, excuse me. KB was taken.
Otter's just always on that setup behind them, always in just the optimal position to go trade those when the fight starts. Just find those trades. Satanix low up top, but the beat comes out. Nano's out onto Dylan. Let's see, not much is happening though. Just kind of just support alt trades.
Izuya dies. It's a 5v4 right now. Julia traded out though.
Satanix being chased by Aristophanes, really bad. I mean, Senna can't really do anything on the Reinhardt. That's the problem with that character. But I don't think it's that much of a serious pick, just getting a little silly.
Otter misses the pulse. There's no ult online for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade as this fight re-engages. Yukino close to the Cole, Senna close to the Shatter. This looks like it's going to be able to be turtable for KP was taken.
Her Majesty Fanny Brigade just giving the space. Satanix down, but Herobrine 9 trades the Izuya. This is still very winnable. Not much else happening, just KP was taken. Well, never mind. Otter finds the pick onto Yukino.
But Derpy's on the flank. He gets buried. He gets Jedi Penguin.
Dylan finds the trade onto Karai. And Izuya finds Derpy. Senna's just left alone on point. No help. I mean, that's the big advantage Her Majesty has here is, like, even as much as these scrappy fights get, the tank can never really get involved.
Big ult advantage in this next fight for KP was taken. Jedi Penguin good with the overclock, but it's hard to use against the Rhine shield. He just stands in your face. He mogs you. There's not much you can do about it.
These are the times where you. These are the times where you. These are the times where your DPS need to set up if you're Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. You know, just these moments where you're in these ult deficits. You need to find these trades if you want to win these fights without committing too much. But it doesn't even. The Cole was bad, but just so much more cleanup onto the high ground. Dylan trying to find a trade, but is unfortunately demacked.
KP was taken. They're winning these fights, but they're so messy. They don't get bot progress off it. Most of the time, they don't even get checkpoints. And you can't be having that. Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade, they hold on to all their ults that fight. They trade out for the Cole. That's really good, I think. It sets you up perfectly to win this next fight, especially if you play around high ground.
What is this blade? Finds Jedi Penguin, but there's not much else you can find with it because there's no one there. Dylan demech, but committing the bomb. Shatter comes out onto Dylan. Senna allows herself to die to the bomb.
You know, trade out on Otter.
High Noon committed, Beat committed, and Nano from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. But I think the Nano just might be too much for them. The Beat is a lot of extra overhealth, but just not enough online. No one's helping Dylan in a small room. Jedi Penguin finds Yukino, but they're all still stuck in there. Jedi Penguin finds Derpy as well. Satanix is the only one left, but Jedi Penguin cleans that one up too.
Can't be mistaken, they don't even get the checkpoint. This is so bad. That Nano, it forced him into that small room. Jedi Penguin came back. He's free shooting. The Cloud Rail, it hits everybody every time. There's nothing you can do about it.
Dylan out of the mech though. There's not much you can do instead of just pushing it towards the catching up to checkpoint and letting it go. But until Dylan gets that mech, they need to take that fight really fast. Trying to find a remech kill, but can't do it. Putting himself in mortal danger from the pin. Senna finding herself really low by herself. That's honestly very bad. Torbjorn swap, but if you did not know this, from Derpy as well. OC is still available online for Jedi Penguin if he chooses to rip it, but I don't think it would be necessary.
He's been slow cooking these all game. Bomb comes out from Aristophanes just for the remake. Jedi Penguin, he's been so patient with the overclock stuff. Maybe to his detriment sometimes, but this map, it's what they call discipline.
Letting the turret build them more ult charge, kind of a funny strat, but a Zarya is now seen from Senna.
Complete change up from KB was taken. Zarya Brig Ana. Looking to enable this Genji here with the bubbles, with the nano, nades, whatever he needs.
Good nade onto the Brig. Dylan mauls her, but Dylan is also naded. A trade to Azuya. Honestly, it's looking very scrappy, but it's still very winnable. Azuya boops the Zarya back in.
The overclock was ripped by Jedi Penguin there. He didn't find any value with it. Very, very close to this nano as Aristophanes swaps over to the wing. Azuya dies so late though.
I like the swap. Azuya almost has the beat online. Maybe he can get it in the next fight. But if you're noticing, Neto online, and it's maybe the only ult that would happen before Derpy and Karai can find the blade in the molten core.
They're gonna have to go so early before Sagenex can farm this nano for themselves. Aristophanes falls low. Nano is ripped.
Zarya is one though, very separated. That's what the doctor ordered, Caleb. But the molten core finds out. Dylan slept onto the come. But what can you do? Blade is ripped. Azuya finds Ikuno. Karai finds Jedi Penguin with the blade. Very trades Karai with the nade. Nano come out onto the Derpy. Maybe he has that much more HP. Oh, good stick on his head. And I think that's it. Derpy falls, beat is dropped, and that's map 3.
KP was taking. I think they got a little too big for their boots to make up a saying.
Perhaps a little too silly.
They try the off rolling. Derpy, he wants to go to Circuit Royale now. I'm not sure if that's in the map pool, but we'll see what happens.
And honestly, I wouldn't want to take the Circuit Royale against Lazuli. I mean, very good at Sigma. Probably the best Sigma player I know personally.
Okay.
And we are back on to Shambali Monastery. Now on Shambali you can run the Sig, you can run the Ra and the Ram comps. A lot more of these like holding space tanks that can give and relinquish space as they please, you know? Honestly, it's gonna be a good fight. Lazuli is in, and Stardy is in for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. You're gonna see a lot of Sigma, I think, from both sides, especially Lazuli. Stardy probably gonna be on the Brig or the Lucio.
See, this is what I was gonna say. I was gonna expect the Sigma, the Brig, the Juno. This is what we saw from them last time on this map. They dominated. The map wasn't close. Lazuli, they just walked them down. Derby,
I mean,
he's gonna be playing the Sig too, but he doesn't have the Juno. He's gonna be slower. Only the Bath, more consistent damage, but overall a worse hero, I think.
Also, speaking of last time we saw Lazuli in on this map against Winnie, I don't think it was particularly close. Lazuli really showing the Sig player that he is. Just so good at the Sigma. Stardy so good at the Brig. Just, I think this would be a good match. A nice one to maybe end it off on.
I think the one to watch you is Senna though on the Soldier. They look so good on Surabasa as this first try breaks out.
As you see this, Derpy's holding this high angle. I like this a lot. This positional advantage, keeping the BAP up. Not a lot into the fight, but the Brig is very split from the BAP. Nothing you really see from this backline composition. You really like to see them kind of play mostly together, playing a lot more safe. But, especially with this Juno Brig, they can just walk on them as they please. There we go. As I said, the Brig is first to fall because they were so split from the BAP. Sig is still on high ground, still got to watch out for the extra poke damage, but I think he's got to go up there and walk them down.
If I'm Her Majesty's Fan Brigade, I'm just leaving them back there. There's no reason to force them out. And say next, they're gonna get Giga Split. They're gonna get staggered here. There's nobody who can save them.
Jedi Penguin going up to go challenge him, but Lamp is dropped, falling very low. Julia finds the trade, but Satanics is still very low. The Brig's in the Genji are back up there now, but the things are getting so split, so messy. Still no trade on the BAP, but the kill of Zulia. Someone kill Satanics. Otto's finally on the job, but it's too little, too late.
It was too late. How did Satanics live so long? When they went to clear him out, it got time for the rest of the team to reset. They just walked Lazuli down on point because they were all open. And Otter dies so late.
That's so tough. That's such a rough stagger, but maybe they could find an extra trade onto the Genji. Not much yet, but they're still trying to choose this fight. Jedi Penguin kills the Brig. That's what Jedi Penguin has been showing us consistently, just these opening picks. Big rock on force the Lamp. You're gonna see a flux come out from Lazuli here, I think. Maybe onto just to the Sigma. Lamp comes out. Orbital Ray is traded, but Azuya falls. You have to walk forward with this. Lazuli trying to find the flux onto Derpy. It's good. Not much help looking for Derpy. Someone needs to finish him though. Oh, rally is committed from Stardy. Honestly, maybe a rally from both sides actually. Never mind. I think that's a good trade.
They trade supportos on both sides. Yukito goes over to Lucio now. But look at this. KB was saying they're gonna have the overclock blade and flux. There's nothing to help Majesty's Fan Brigade live as Izuya picks Senna first. Trade down
Senna
on
slid onto the point, trying to get the touch. Flux is out. Lazuli misses the rock, but honestly, that's fine. That's the only ult they really have. Only the blade online for KP was taken. Azuya falls, but honestly, that's kind of what you want. Just a quick reset.
It's gonna be a Jedi Penguin overclock versus overclock blade. This is so bad. We've seen Jedi Penguin clutch these before. It will be helpful. He's a console player. The game doesn't have the aiming for him. It's not much work. He just has to stand in the right spot.
Maybe some players would say that, Caleb, but you know, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Rock comes out onto Derpy. A lot of pressure being split, but Derpy's falling dangerously low. The Lamp is forced. Jedi Penguin can rip the OC at any time he wants there. There's no consequence to it other than maybe the blade. Azuya is really close to that ray. Blade is ripped from Julia. Finds Jedi with Penguin. That's tragedy. Forced to back up. Oh, Julia finds 3, 4. Can she get to 5?
Otter trades out on Julia in the end.
Neutralized.
Or excuse me, on Senna in the end. Jedi Penguin, both sides still have this overclock. Say next, they have the window. Zuya has the rate. If they get the touch here, Lazuli will probably build a flex. OC ripped by Senna, matched by Jedi Penguin.
No touch though.
And they don't touch.
Still very holdable for Her Majesty, I think. Shambali is one of those maps that, if you want, you can go for the spawn cold with the Mei and the Rhine. But honestly, I don't think it would come out. The Sigma is just too much. I mean, swapping to the Rhine is just too much of a commitment for the overall map.
Like Shambali, I think every escort map is honestly, it's so easy to full hold on these. Even if you get full hold right before, all you have to do, you don't have to boom. If you keep your mental right, you'll be able to hold. This first corner, it's so hard to take if you hold it, if you set up right. You can have your support shooting infinitely, your Sigma shooting infinitely. It's so hard to push into this.
I agree. Honestly, I think a big thing that just kind of needs to happen is just maybe a little bit more angles being taken from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade DPS. Just some more ballsy plays like how they were having on Esperanza, showing that they can still hang with these players, you know, still take these risky picks.
I will say pre-fight, we might not get a first fight on the corner. Say next, they're flashing the Zenith spawn. It looks like they're gonna go for the spawn peek over here.
Honestly, the Satanics is just sitting over here. I think the spawn peep will happen.
There's a Widow for Senna too. Just so many explosive one-shot
setting up, charging the 5 orb.
LOS.
Misses Zulia's head just by a millimeter, but probably a Zen swap onto the BAP. Yep, I'm seeing it now. Derpy trying to take the right side hallway, but it's just a bit less favorable for his comp, I think, especially since the L.U.A.U is now in the mix.
L.U.A.U, so much damage, so much healing. It's really hard to take angles because they just turn, they shoot you in the head, and you can't engage. Otter brought low and killed by Derpy first.
But Satanix, he's caught out by Lazuli. Lamp is forced, but Lazuli's in a lot of trouble trying to stabilize with Azuya, but they have to reset quick, maybe get another fight in before the payload can turn the corner.
Such a clean fight from kapeywastaken. Excuse me. They took the angles. Everyone was just stacked on the high ground. There was nobody to shoot the flanks. And they're taking this fight really early. Julia dies first. Trades out on Jedi Penguin though.
Honestly, I'd take that trade. The Genji just... You have the L.U.A.U, there's so much more poke that the Soj isn't really all that needed, but the Genji, that's irreplaceable in this comp. As I said, the Genji's getting real active. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Caleb. You can replace the Soj. Rock on a Derpy. Lamp is forced, but I think it's just not enough. Rock comes out from Derpy, but honestly, there's not much that can happen here.
Julia is back here. They're gonna try to clean up. It's too late. Jedi Tech was back too. He kills Say next.
Lazuli misses the rock just barely, but Julia, she's just set up on the high ground. Not much can force her out, maybe except for Honor, but maybe that frontline commitment just being gone is just too much, trying to duel her off on the left side, but not much is happening over there.
It was so bad because you do so much damage in this comp, but it's really hard to secure the kills. That's what Genji does, he secures the kills. As
Derpy fluxes over the roof, catches Lazuli. No way they allow Lazuli to fall, that's actually so tragic. But Satanix is traded. Derpy finds Jedi Penguin. Ray is committed. Final fight territory. Azuya falls, and I think that will be it, unfortunately.
That is it. kapeywastaken. They're going to the grand finals. We're going to see them later tonight. Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. It was a good match. They tried their best. Sometimes you're just outmatched.
Still a good tournament run for Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade. I mean, the last map they were in was very entertaining. A very fun team to watch.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna go to a break again. Don't forget, go vote for MVP. Voting closes at 5 Eastern, I believe. Somewhere around then. Go get your votes in. Vote for who you think is best.
And we are back with the next match, GDXC versus Catboy Casts We AFK. Caleb, could you please introduce our returning champions?
No, like this match overall, it's gonna be very good. It'll be very close. Both teams, they're very good. They've played in OOL before. But GabeDeutschXimClub, they are our returning champions, and they have some familiar names. Raven, probably the best Tracer in the tournament right now. Maybe Otter is close, but he's out, so it doesn't matter anymore. Pyro, returning MVP. We know he's good. Shadow, for me personally, he's a big question mark. Like the Shadows, we don't know what he's gonna play on tank. We might see a Zarya, because I think we saw him on DPS earlier. And his backline, I've seen very little mistakes from them, which is all you can ask for from your backline.
And Catboy Casts AFK, we have Violet and MCG, two main support players, but Cozier DC'd. Thank you. I get more time to introduce the team. I think Violet is very good. She has a flex support on her. Very good at the Ana. She might call herself a noob on Twitter, but I think she is probably one of the best main support players I've ever had the pleasure of playing with. Good comms, just good mechanics, good everything. MCG, more known for his Brig, and MCG, Michael Carrot Gaming as I call him, very positive in the team morale sector. You know, he's a good character to have around. Ekaj, very good at the ground tanks and the Winston. You really like to see Ekaj on like the Maugas, the Queens, you know, those sorts of heroes. You have Fifi, flex DPS player, very flexible, very good at Mei, very good at Tracer, very good at Genji, very versatile in what they can play. And they can rip out the J Silly if they're feeling themselves. Cozier, I think we'll be playing Hiscan. Maybe a question mark for some at home, but I have high hopes for Cozier. Very seen on the Soj recently. Looking pretty good, I think.
I think all the fights here, they're going to be very entertaining. The DPS line for GabeDeutschXimClub, they play very aggressive. They're always in your backline. They're looking for the first pick. They're looking for the trades. They don't care if they die. If they get 3v3, you have your tank and supports up. Who cares? You know? So supports,
and honestly,
you trade your life for them, it's a free win.
And honestly, with Fifi's DPS hero pool, with the Mei, could throw some wrenches in that plan. Maybe Fifi finds the kill before they can find the trade, you know? Just setting it up with an early advantage.
We might even see a Torb come out from Fifi. Mark this Tracer, mark all the flanks. It makes it very hard to engage, especially when you get that wall turret up into the later rounds.
I think the tank selection here, I mean, we don't really know much about Shadow, but Ekaj we've seen quite a lot. Really looking pretty decent on the Monkey, but looking really excellent on those JQs, those Maugas. Maybe you might see some unorthodox strats come out, you know? Very creative players on the side of Catboy Casts We AFK.
If they're able to force something on the ground, I think that's where Ekaj is gonna excel. When he's allowed to play the Orisa, the Mauga, the Junker Queen, you know? If they can force like these brawls in tight spaces, that's what he wants. It's like on spots like this on City Center, where it gets messy. Shadow, he might be able to play the Winston, and they're gonna be able to run laps around Ekaj.
And honestly, I think Catboy Casts We AFK, the biggest problem is just having two main supports in the back line. It might throw a wrench in their plans, but honestly, it might not be that bad. Violet, she's been shown on the flex support sometimes, the Ana, but she's just moved to PC, so her mechanics are not quite up to scuff. But I honestly have full faith in her to perform well today.
And having two main support players, that's not the worst you can have. Most main supports, they can play a Kiri or a Bap. They usually have one thing you can flex onto. Or you can just play Juno Brig. We saw that come from Her Majesty's Fanny Brigade earlier today. They didn't have a flex support for map one. Varied was out of town. So they just played the Juno break, and they won.
I agree. There's a lot of workarounds you can have here. Just depends on the team synergy. But GDXC, this is a team that has been together for a long time as well. But all these players on Catboy AFK are also very familiar with each other. I mean, Violet MCG and eCash have been on EMC for a very long time, just playing together. They know how they play. They know that they're very comfortable with each other.
But Raven, Pyro, even Kylo, they've been on every OOL team together. We've seen them in previous tournaments. I believe they got second in the kickoff clash. The last time in our 6v6 tournament, they got first. They walked away with the trophy, and today they want to come back. They want to show they still have what it takes to get to grand finals.
And I think, Caleb, we're finally going into the game after a couple of ping tests.
Praise be. We're starting on City Center. I'm expecting to see some dive here. Maybe on a break from Catboy Casts We AFK. Maybe the Lucio Kiri. But just expect very mobile tanks here.
And honestly, Fifi can play a lot of those dive DPS. They can play the Echo, they can play the Genji, they can play the Tracer. You're seeing the eCash come out on the Monkey first with the Lucio Kiri, and honestly, I like that for City Center. On a break can't really set up very well on this point, especially with the flow of control and how this game mode is played.
With this year, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Pharah swap come out from Fifi, who's flashing to Mei right now. But we're seeing a Winston Kiri Lucio mirror for both sides.
Round one, capture.
The only difference being the sim, but I don't think they'll stay on the sim for very long. Just complete mirror comps. I think this can be an absolute treat. You see eCash taking this high ground very fast, but he might be a little separated. Boop back in for eCash. He's in a lot of trouble. Bubbles are committed, but honestly, it seems to be more of a neutral trade. eCash is relaxing a little bit, but they're about to go in. Oh, Shadow misses the jump. Very punishable. eCash is about to bubble him off. No support for Shadow. And honestly, that's what you like to see from eCash. That is perfect Winston. Pika Pepper TP's in the middle, but honestly, they can't get out. And that's first point flip for Catboy Casts We AFK.
This is what I like to see from them. At the start of that fight, Fifi came in. They got the first pick on the Pyro, the former MVP. They're showing... Fifi gets picked first in the fight, though. It's going to be a 4v5 for Catboy Casts We AFK before it even breaks out, as eCash dives on the backline.
eCash just trying not to get bubbled off, trying to just hold on to the point, waiting for Fifi to come back, but the point is flipped due to the jump up. eCash is in a lot of troubles, but so is their backline. It's looking like a full team reset. And honestly, not having that Tracer there is very unfortunate. But you can't afford for Fifi to get that recall. If Fifi recalls right there, they're just dead. There's not much that can be done about it.
Very good from the DPS for the Zim Club here. Raven, they find a first pick onto Fifi. Pyro, they rip MCG's head off right as they're trying to engage. Make it a 3v5 immediately. You cannot win those.
eCash looking for a jump on the back line, but Shadow gets in his way. Trying to prevent the jump. Jumps in the back. No bubble, but Shadow... Oh my god, Pika Pepper used both Kiri cooldowns, and Cozier rips Raven's head off. Pika Pepper's a free kill, and honestly, that was a lost fight based off just sloppy Winston play from Shadow.
Pika Pepper, they do trade out on Violet in the end. Every ult coming up for both sides. Raven threw the pulse in, didn't find anything with it. But that's okay, you build pulse so fast, you just use it like a cooldown. Especially in these dive comps. If you can find a pick with it, that's a fight win.
Point being pressured now, but Violet finds the pick onto Pyro. That is humongous. A lot of pressure is now leaving off the Winston. Violet commits the Kitsune. MCG falling very low. Pulse bomb committed by Raven, but it doesn't seem to find its target. A lot of zoning happening from eCash. You might be able to rip the Primal. Primal is ripped, but honestly, I don't know if you can find much with it. Trying to find the Lucio in the small room, but Shadow finds Violet. Kilo finds MCG. Pyro finds BT. It's looking very dire.
See, that was such a good fight from the Zim Club. Pyro got picked first. They waited, and at Catboy Casts We AFK, they got impatient. They overcommitted. They used the rush. They used the primal. They hold on to the beat, which is good, and they just trade those ults. Raven coming up on another pulse bomb already, about to lap Fifi on that.
I mean, the ult trades were fine, but the Raven committed the pulse, so maybe that puts them far behind, but he's still 85 on it. Fifi's got to be careful. Fifi falls to Raven. The OC is just tearing eCash to shreds. They need to take a fast reset. They can come back with the beat, the OC, and the pulse bomb, but they need to not get stuffed at the choke.
It's final fight here. They have OC advantage. Beat and pulse for both sides. Both of these ults are going to have to come up big. Cozier, he just has to be in a good spot. Nobody can test him with the OC.
It's looking like Fifi's gonna have to touch or eat cash. Beat is committed. Beat for both sides, but maybe Shadow's bubble didn't cut enough of the beat. MCG falling dangerously low, but the point positioning pressure is in favor of Catboy Casts We AFK. Pulse onto Shadow. They need to do something with it. eCash falling very low. Play. He might be able to find the trade. Suzu comes out of eCash. He's fine, but Shadow's still very low. BP finds the pulse onto Kilo, but gets pulse bombed themselves. Raven just making the difference in the Tracer here. I think Raven's been really pulling together.
Fifi swapping over to the Torpedo. This is what we were saying earlier. Just marking these DPS who are running rampant.
I mean, this first map, you're testing the waters in the Tracer mirror, but I mean, every time Fifi just can't make it happen.
I think that was the big difference on that point was the DPS. DPS for GabeDeutschXimClub, they played so aggressive. They were winning their duels. They were finding picks when it mattered. Even if they die, like if Pyro gets picked early, Raven is there to clean up on the Tracer. If Raven dies early, Pyro's there to find a headshot. They're just so good together.
And now you've seen the Juno Brig Ram Torp swap coming up from Catboy Casts We AFK. But honestly, I like this a lot. This point heavily favors the rush.
Trying to play to their strengths with the double main support comp. I do like this. eCash on this ground tank, like we were saying earlier. He lost the Winston fight, but these next 2 points he can just play Ram, and they're taking the high ground. They don't know Raven is behind them though.
That could be deadly, as we've seen in the past. Raven's so well known for finding these opening picks, but not much activity. The Winston's Violet's falling dangerously low, needs the packs, but the Winston can't make the dive happen. They need to take this point pressure soon, not let the Winston just have it. eCash drops, falling dangerously low though, not committing the form. Form is popped, but gets booped to the middle. That's actually so huge. Shadow can take so much more positioning advantage over them now. The dive is good onto Cozier.
It's true. It's just marking point. It's so good, but it doesn't matter because everyone else on Catboy Casts We AFK died.
That boop from Kilo just set up that point cap so perfectly. Booping eCash into the middle, just removing him from the fight. It's almost like he's just dead in spawn room.
See, this turret pick though, it's getting its value. That first fight, Raven, they couldn't find a pick because the turret, it just plunk, plunk, plunk. It's doing such consistent damage and it cannot miss. It's so hard to play Tracer in the Torb.
Incredibly hard, especially when you have the Brig and the Juno here. Just infinitely caring. Oh, Violet gets picked first on the rotate. Pyro, deadly with that aim. eCash pops the form, trying to punish Shadow. Finds the punish, but it's too little too late, as Fifi also finds Pika Pepper and Kilo. We call them Sparker, the way they like to trade too before they die.
Pyro? That fight, they were just shooting for free on these stairs. Nobody looked at them. Violet died so early, there was no sustain. That fight went so long too. Look at the ult support difference here. Both ults coming up for XimClub. Only 70 on that rally. Halfway to the Ray.
Caleb, just not much brawling. Just not much brawling has happened. The DPS, the backline just can't find much value. There's not a lot of healing going off. And while eCash commits onto the monkey, he just runs over his team. eCash keeps on trying to take these early engages with the Vortex, but you can't. You have to wait. You have to absorb the damage and direct it back out.
And everyone is just dying so fast on Catboy Casts We AFK, while it still hasn't built a Ray. This is what you need to win the fight, and then you can just hold forever. How are they supposed to attack into you?
OC
Pyro rips the OC early.
From Pyro. Not much finding much value as they all get stuffed in the small room, but they need to walk out soon with the Annihilation maybe. eCash walking out at a point now. And pops the form, but the beep's out and Violet falls. Kilo falling dangerously low, but will it be enough? eCash finds 3 with the Annihilation. That's what you want. I mean, this comp now has so much better advantage. Just these tight chokes, the dive can't really get past it, but of course you have to look out for Raven and the Tracer.
Every ult was ripped from both sides, except for Violet, who is coming up on this Ray. This is gonna be so hard to take into, and especially if they just sit in this room. Raven, they can't find the angle to get it on Tracer. One clip someone like they did that first fight. There's no value to be found here. They're gonna have to rely on Pyro.
Cozier on the high ground with Kilo, but PP tries to finds the trade onto Raven. Orbital Ray committed. That's a maybe you don't really need that, but it's a good. He's giving you point percentage, especially in a very desperate situation.
A Pyro and Kylo, they're just behind him right now. They know about it, but they're leaving them. MCG goes to commit into 2v1. They're dragging the backline away from Catboy Casts We AFK, while eCash fights alone in the front.
Very dangerous game for eCash, but he still has that form to keep him alive. Violet's back in the fight, but Fifi falls in that meantime. I mean, not having those brick packs is just so detrimental. And they just collapse onto the backline. There's not much that can be done. Stick on an eCash to finally send him to the spawn room and to end off the map.
See, this is what I was saying. The DPS line for GabeDeutschXimClub, they play so weird, for lack of a better word. They're always behind you. And sometimes when that happens, you get confused. You don't know what to do. Do you go fight the front line? Do you go clear out the Sojourn? There wasn't a clear answer for Catboy Casts We AFK. They just split, and they died for it.
I mean, and I think that is the break call for us as we transition to the next map. And we are back with the map selection from Catboy Casts We AFK being Blizzard World. And honestly, that tells me that maybe eCash wants to flex over the Sigma, maybe. Maybe more of the Winston dive. It's kind of not a really good brawl map, you know?
Yeah, personally, I think you could play anything on this map. I've seen poke work, I've seen dive with all the tanks, Winston, Diva, Ball, even. And you could even play the brawl if you run up through this high ground. You can flip the map, take Boathouse from the defending team. It's all about how you play the map, and I think that's why they want to go here. They believe they're more flexible than GabeDeutschXimClub, who only played the Winston comp last time.
And honestly, maybe they do want to try against the dive. Maybe a ball dive. Maybe trying to just really disrupt this Winston. Maybe not allowing some of the targets to be really easily picked by the Tracer, you know? Playing a Brig, maybe playing the Juno still. And with the ball, it's just, there's not much you can do in terms of frontline pressure. The ball is all about creating disruption and those big pile drivers, just creating space for your DPS through that. Not just more of the, you know, the monkey jumps on you and bubbles, and that's the space you get that way.
The ball too. There's so many health packs. There's so many hiding spots where you can just run around. There's like not many long sight lines on this map where you can just shoot ball before he gets to you, except for like on third, which at that point I think you just go to the Diva.
I agree, Caleb. And while we're dealing with Cozier constantly in DC, I would like to all remind you that MVP vote ends at 5 p.m. EST. Go vote. We want to announce a winner before the grand finals. So please go vote, put in your input, and of course, have a great time watching as always.
Every vote counts, ladies and gentlemen.
As we wait for Cozier, though, what do you think GabeDeutschXimClub will pull out?
I'm just gonna expect like another Winston comp here. Maybe the Ana Brig. This time instead of the Lucio, Ana Brig very good on this map. There's you can sit up on Boathouse. You can take the left side when you're attacking. There's lots of spots just to set up your backline where it's very hard to kill them. And even if you do get onto them, there's lots of spots just to run away to.
I agree. The Ana Brig is very strong on this map. Honestly, you might see it come out with the eCash ball on the side of Catboy Casts We AFK, but we haven't really seen eCash on the ball that much. I think if they are going to play the dive, they're going to stick to the Winston.
Mm-hmm. Winston, far easier, much more consistent, I think. And if you need to, you can't just kind of work as like a solo agent in the backline. Ball, you can't kill anything by yourself. You don't have anything to split the supports. You only have your guns and your slam.
And honestly, Ball relies a lot on his team, and honestly, you're seeing the Ana Brig monkey come out from Catboy We AFK, but also an Ana Brig coming out from GabeDeutschXimClub. But you see a bit of flexibility coming from Fifi. Maybe sticking to the Hanzo, maybe not.
Winston, that was a long time ago.
Personally here, I like the Tracer so much better. It's just more consistent than a Hanzo Genji. Hanzo, he's good, he can get the one shots. It's very hard to hit though, and you don't have any real escape pressure if someone dives you.
I mean, the Hanzo could be there. Sorry.
Never mind, we're going over to Tracer Genji, your double flex DPS. I like this better than the Genji Hanzo, personally.
A lot more of a commitment coming out from Catboy Casts We AFK. Tracer allowed to take a little bit more of these off angles, you know, but it requires a bigger commitment from the DPS. As we see eCash take statue, GabeDeutschXimClub just allowing them to take this space, not really holding the traditional high ground up here.
Well, they don't need to hold. They have their backline. They're up on Boathouse. They have a Soge back here. It's so hard to take this point. There's not very much cover on there.
eCash jumps on the back line. Whip shot's good, but it might not be enough. Kylo is one. Perfect dive coming out from Catboy Casts We AFK, but Fifi is traded. They really can't go in. It's only a Shadow and Pika Pepper left. Unless Pika Pepper can hit a good nade, I really don't see much happening. Violet misses the nade on Shadow, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Bubble is used from Shadow. Dive on the backline from eCash. Pika Pepper's in a lot of trouble. The Brigade is just coming back, but look at Shadow's health. Split by the bubble. They might just give the point. No, Shadow decides to come down to the point, but eCash is looking rather sickly, but he's full HP now. Somebody needs to go on this backline. eCash tries, but gets naded. Still a bit of point pressure, but it looks like the backline is just gonna have to try to live and escape. But of course, Raven won't let that happen.
They almost give up the first point. Pyro swaps over to Sombra now. This is looking much more like the 2023 comp we saw for most of Overwatch League. But that fight there, it was so messy. Shadow jumped back to peel for his backline instead of just going in with Raven. So Raven died, and they had to give up so much space without the Tracer.
I honestly think the Sombra might be a bit of a more detrimental pick, especially with the Brig on here. There's just not much you can do if the Brig has packs. But eCash staging up first, jumping up at the top with a nano. Whip shot is good, but isn't enough to knock him off high ground. Sleeps good, but Pika Pepper is dangerously low. Fifi here for the cleanup. Perfect dive execution, but the Sombra finds MCG. Shadow finds Violet. Not enough no backline, but eCash has the primal. Fifi falls, but maybe still winnable. Tracer down, and Cozier is still here on the Tracer. The primal is ripped, but Shadow has to leave.
Feeling much better.
Shadow also rips the primal, waiting the last second. The Sombra is here, hacks on the eCash, but eCash is being primaled away. The backline might not be back soon. Oh, that's so tragic for eCash. Gets narrowly escapes, but the primal damage just barely grazes him as he leaves.
A nano primal exchanged in that fight as they're still poking at each other. Not a true brawl happening right now. But Kylo, they died early, so they held on to the rally where MCG used it, and Violet dies late. Here comes
rally force, but Kylo's really low. I mean, if you're Catboy Casts We AFK, you take that fight. Forcing the rally when MCG is at 61% and we still have the Blade. But EMP online for GabeDeutschXimClub, that's a fight winner.
Especially when you don't have the rally. EMP, it's gonna instantly kill this backline. You have to hope for a very, very good trade.
I mean, look where they're setting up now. Pika Pepper is looking for a nice, they're holding really close to the EMP. Nade hits, and that's just textbook stuff with the EMP fight. eCash needs to die fast. Cozier's still alive, but he needs to live.
I don't think I have a touch here. The response is too long. MCG goes over to L.U.A.U trying to get the touch. Gets in a perfect rollout if he wants this stuff. And Raven finds the pulse on Fifi.
Maybe they could have touched with the Blade. That's actually so sad. I think the deciding thing that happened that map was just the counter dives from GabeDeutschXimClub. The initial dive from Catboy Casts AFK were always good. They always found the trades they needed to, but just something went wrong in the backline.
I think Pika Pepper and Kylo, they're more experienced on this Ana Brig than MCG and Violet are playing together. If you look at it, they're kiting together. They're always together. It's like they have like ropes tied around their hips.
That's honestly what you want from your Ana Brig.
It's like I said at the beginning of this match, very little mistakes from this backline, and that's why they're winning the dive. The dive is won from the backline, I think.
I happen to agree with you, Caleb. Just the backline is just as important, or if not more important than the initial like core brawl or dive rather. A lot of dive is just mirroring the actions of the enemy team. Like eCash jumps first, and then Shadow goes next. You see that so often, but just something goes wrong when Shadow jumps. Maybe just I don't know.
And we're seeing GabeDeutschXimClub. They're getting a little silly here. They're playing Juno Mercy, Life Weaver Mercy. Never mind. We'll see how much of this sticks. They're probably just gonna pull Raven back from the shot out of spawn.
At your side.
Shot goes. I don't think he even shot, to be honest.
The patient Widowmaker. Pika goes over to the Ana.
Still
They're
sticking on the Mercy.
Never mind, it goes over to Lucio. Boo.
That feels much better.
But they're not playing the Brig, they're playing with the Lucio. Just a little bit more vulnerable in the backline, but I think if so far you show you can be a little bit more vulnerable.
And look how well GabeDeutschXimClub are set up here. They have the high ground instantly. And this is gonna
Shadow
walk
just
pressure. Where is
PP out.
Ekash?
Ekash just not there to provide that frontline pressure to force the other Winston out, and PP dies for it.
And Raven, he's hunting the backline right now. He's behind them.
Soj behind them makes the kite a bit more dangerous. It's just, it's never been more over for Catboy Casts We AFK, I'm afraid.
And they're not even capping. Kozier finds the trade on Pika Pepper, but it's too late. They're not even gonna get another touch here.
No, PP's there. They can get the touch, but they've been found out by the Soji. Booped off point at last second.
See, like, at the start of that round, GabeDeutschXimClub, they got infinite positioning. I'm not sure where Catboy Casts We AFK was. They weren't where they needed to be to win this fight, though.
And honestly, you remember what we were talking about at the beginning of this match, Caleb? Having two main supports like fill the role of the Ana Brig. It's rough.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to break now while we wait for this map 3 to transition. Don't forget to go vote for MVP. It closes at 5 p.m. EST. Every vote counts.
And we are back with the map choice being Saravasa from Catboy Casts We AFK. Honestly, that tells me they probably want to lean more into the Junker Queen and like try to beat him in the overall rush. But you know, this map is very flexible. You can play a lot of things on it. I mean, you've seen teams play Monkey in the past. Maybe, you know, a lot of choices that can be made here. Compositional differences. I'd really like to see a compositional clash. Maybe just non-mirrors.
Overall, I like this map pick from Catboy Casts We AFK. They can put Ekash onto the Junker Queen, play Juno Brig, or even Lucio Kiri. Their Lucio Kiri did look good on Oasis. And then Cozy or Fifi, they get to play comfort picks. Fifi onto the Venture, not the most iconic pick from them, but they'll get it done.
As you see, eCash is on the Mauga, maybe expecting the Winston, but that nade, it's gonna be deadly for this team comp. The nade affects the Mauga so much more heavier than maybe the Queen would, and not having a Kiri in your team, that's gonna be rough, man.
The Ana Lucio from my GabeDeutschXimClub, I like this year. They're gonna be able to play these wide angles, especially on first one, and then they can just speed their Ana away if anyone tries to run at them, like the Mauga, form infinite rail off of him.
eCash taking the right side positioning, but the Winston falling very low, taking a, oh my god, Shadow's taking so much damage. Oh, Violet gets picked by Pyro, but the eCash stomps onto the Winston. Maybe he can find more, but the bubble is good. He's kind of split from his team. There's a lot of splitting happening from their comp that needs to be really stacked. eCash in deep trouble, but Violet's not alive to keep him up.
That fight, it was lost from the start. These DPS again, they're coming up big. They're single-handedly winning fights for GabeDeutschXimClub with these picks onto Violet, onto MCG. Whoever, Fifi dies late, but so does Kylo. I take that trade if I'm GabeDeutschXimClub.
Someone needs to help Cozier though. He's in a lot of trouble. GabeDeutschXimClub backing off for the time being, realizing if they try to go further, that the Mauga could just really put a big brick wall in front of them. eCash falling dangerously low, having to overrun back to their team.
But like, look how far back Pika Pepper could just play on this point. There's no way eCash can get to them, and a big nade. This doesn't just stop that because they don't have the Kiriko.
I think in current meta, you just need the Kiri if you're gonna play the Mauga. The Ana is just too deadly.
I'm not sure why they're playing the Juno Brig here. I think the Kiri Lucio is just better. They looked really good on it. It was their closest point on Oasis City Center when they mirrored the Kiri Lucio.
And unfortunately for Catboy Casts We AFK, there's not much brawling happening. So like these ults just aren't being built. The Venture is a very close range character, you know, really playing off of the stomps of the Mauga.
And look at this, 4 ults for GabeDeutschXimClub, and nothing even close for Catboy Casts We AFK. Closest is the overclock, which they should build at the end of the next fight, maybe in the middle.
It's looking very dire, but eCash needs to find that stop on the backline before he gets naded, but Pyro whips the OC and it's just fight over.
Pyro with an overclock is already scary. You put a nano on top of that, he's just gonna watch out everyone. There's nothing you can do, you just lose a fight.
eCash really needs to find this backline pretty fast here, you know? Allowing this the Ana Lucio to like just exist around with no pressure is insanely detrimental, and Pyro finds Cozier in the neutral.
See, if I'm Catboy Casts We AFK, I want to try to farm my Ray so we can win. But it doesn't matter when Pyro plays so aggressively.
eCash has the cage. I think eCash, what he's gonna do is wait for that monkey to overcommit onto him, and then just cage him and hopefully his team can burn him. But Fifi finds the trade on the Kilo.
Look where Pyro is. MCG knows though, they're pinching him, and he finally gets taken down. He does not even get a trade.
Public enemy number 1, Pyro's taken down. There's a lot of space taking me taken now, especially since Shadow's not here. Kilo's coming back soon though, but I don't think it will really matter without that external pressure, so it's just going to be such a hard fight. eCash looking for the cage, big stomp. No cage pulled from eCash yet. eCash cages nobody.
Sometimes you have to use it for the shield. They trade B and Primal and Pulse.
Low one, nade out into...
Pyro rips the overclock, he thinks he can win this. And I think he can too. They get the flip. They're gonna win this.
Pyro just public enemy number 1 for Catboy AFK, but I mean they don't seem to recognize it yet, especially Pika Pepper too, also public enemy number 1. I think you just have to go Kiri.
But two DPS so it's for Catboy Casts We AFK, 2 of the better ones in the game. They can single-handedly win fights, I think. Here comes the Terrasuit, not Terrasuit.
Tectonic Trap, rip Fifi, slept out of it, but Pyro finds the trade onto Violet. Someone help MCG! MCG is helped, but he still falls! Kilo needs to be, Kilo just in Raven in the backline, just tearing stuff up. Pika Pepper looking very vulnerable to eCash, tries to stop him, but can't find the direct hit. Fifi slept, but honestly, things are a little scrappy right now. Kilo very low, eCash overrunning onto the point to stop the flip, but he's very, very vulnerable. Pulse bump from Raven goes wide, but it might not matter. eCash is just in a lot of trouble, but he trades Kilo. Someone help eCash, Violet's back.
Pyro killed 2 out of nowhere. He came back from sweat, he just killed 2.
Shadow in a very dangerous spot. 3. Someone help Violet. Oh, Pyro just wasn't by himself.
And the Nano comes out.
Someone needs to check Pyro. As much as you want to look at Pika Pepper, Pyro is just doing so much. These OCs, these just overall picks are just too good.
But overall, if I'm Catboy Casts We AFK, that fight is good. You get some percent on the board, and you get that nano out for nothing. They nanoed for no reason at the end of the fight. But Raven Pyro, they're running a 2-man in their backline.
Hosier finds one. Pyro trades MCG though. About even fight. Shadow falls to the disruptor shot. eCash is jumping back to help Violet. Violet falls to Raven, but it's too little too late from eCash. He can't find what he needs in the front line. Maybe still winnable.
Trades out on Pyro in the end. King Body's dead, but it's only eCash on point for Catboy Casts We AFK.
Maybe eCash cages Shadow here. Not much there here to help him except for the beat. And honestly, I take that trade, beat for cage.
Big Nate comes out from Pika Pepper. eCash has the touch, but he's so low. And Pyro has the overclock. eCash caging for the shield at this point.
He doesn't have cardiac, there's nothing to help him. Oh, tectonic shot ripped, but finds Pyro.
That's it. GabeDeutschXimClub, they're returning to the finals. Maybe we see repeat champions. I'm not sure. This next match is gonna be very good. I'm honestly, so excited to watch this Sojourn duel.
Honestly, Caleb, it's gonna be close. I think very competitive. If the upset of GabeDeutschXimClub happens, like where they win over kapeywastaken, I think it's gonna make quite the storyline.
We're gonna go to a small break now, though, while both teams prepare to play in the finals. 20 minutes left to vote for MVP. Don't forget to go do that.
And we are back with the interview of the MVP, Julia. How are you feeling about your MVP?
I'm really honored to bring it home for the woke and for all the people who cheered me on and rooted for me and all my friends and my family. It makes me very happy. I couldn't win with my team, but at least I brought something home for my team.
It's honestly excellent to hear.
I do have to say, you looked very good on the flex DPS. Your Tracer in the matches we watched, very good. Your Genji last match, very, very good.
Thank you.
How do you think you stack up to the other Tracer and Genji players in this tournament?
I gotta be at the top. You know, I'm one of the best. And if I'm not confident in myself, then what's the point? You know?
If you had to choose another MVP, who would you choose?
I would have to go to the ball player Void. That guy is Thanos. That's my MVP. They legit did so much, and it was very sad to see them fall, because I love watching their ball gameplay.
And seeing as the match is about to start, who do you think is going to win grand finals between kapeywastaken and GabeDeutschXimClub?
Well, GabeDeutschXimClub is the returning champions, but they've never played somebody this good, and that's got my buddies on there. They got Senna, they got Sandix, got my buddies on that team, so I gotta root for kapeywastaken. So, and you know, they're the enemy team on console, so they're good though. You never know. I think it should be a good game.
Honestly, I think this could be a little more closer than some people think, but I don't know. We have to. I'm hoping for a map 7 grand finals here. Unfortunate for my voice, but very great for the entertainment.
I think it's gonna be a good series no matter what. I am so excited to watch these Sojourn Duel. Pyro and Senna, they've been so good the entire tournament.
Goodbye.
Bye, Julia. Congratulations on MVP. Okay. We're looking at Team 1. kapeywastaken. And you have Hitorian. Perhaps something no one saw coming. You know, Thanos. I mean, Hitori was in earlier, but she was playing the Ana. You have Thanos on tank in terms of the competition here. And it's going to be hard to you know, step up to that level of player. You know, we've seen Satanics, you know, Karai, Yukino, and Shadow. Well, not Shadow. Sorry, that's GabeDeutsch's tank player. But all these players, phenomenal play. I mean, Satanics is flexing around. You've seen him on the BAP. You've seen him on a bunch of different heroes. It's honestly, it's going to be hard for GabeDeutschXimClub to step up to the competition. Speaking of GabeDeutschXimClub, Caleb, why don't you introduce us to the returning champions for the last time?
They're here the third time most of these players have been in the OOL final, and all tournament long, we've just seen pop-off plays from everyone. This backline, so good on the Ana Brig, the Kyrie Lucio, the Kyriana, even. Like, they can play whatever they need, and they won't mess it up. And you're talking about Hitori being Thanos on tank. Pyro is Thanos on Sojourn. Always getting 3Ks. He's always in your backline, and there's nothing you can do about it, because if you kill him, Raven is just going to come and clean you up. Very consistent tank players, too. Not like highlight players like the rest of them, I'd say. But they get the job done. They don't make mistakes. And I think that's the strength of GabeDeutschXimClub.
I happen to agree. I mean, Pyro and Raven really being the difference makers. You've seen consistent play from everybody else on GabeDeutschXimClub, but Pyro and Raven, I mean, consistently with these pop-off plays. Pyro has OC, you know, evacuate the immediate area. A nuke is going off. The type of situation. And Raven, even if you do get that on space for the Pyro's overclock, Raven just is in their backline finding the trades, using that space to his utmost advantage. It's going to be a good grand finals, Caleb. I honestly cannot wait.
It's going to be so good. These Sojourn duels, the Genji duels even, just everyone playing on high caliber. We're going to go to a quick break before map 1 starts as we're waiting.
We are back from the small break, and it's looking like we're starting off on Oasis for our first map. You know, a very popular pick today, and honestly, you can't blame teams. There's so much comps you could play here, a lot of the dive, a lot of the brawl. It's all up to your personal preference.
I'm a little worried for GabeDeutschXimClub on University specifically. We haven't really seen them pull out the brawl like that. They're always playing to Winston, and University, this is going to be our first point. It's got to be the tempo setter. Probably see Hattori onto Ram, onto Orisa, one of these heroes that they're really known for in OWCS.
I mean, you could sing to the heavens about the praise about Hattori. I mean, she's really good at the Winston. She's good in the brawl tanks. Very few weaknesses, especially for like such a lower level of competition, I would say. Overall, you know, she's a big fish in a small pond.
And we are gonna see the ramp come out. Juno Brig for kapeywastaken, Senna onto Sojourn. KRW, they're playing Defara. I'm not sure if I like Defara on this point. It's a little too tight. But GabeDeutschXimClub, they're gonna play the normal Winston. Pyro onto Sojourn 2. Kiri Lucio.
I think you're gonna see the Tracer comes out for Raven as well, but we'll see. You see, KP is here, taking the top side of point. This positional advantage is very important. Can't let the Winston and Soch set up there for free. Raven's being chased out of the back line, just immediately stopping Raven before they can even get anything done. Hattori taking some space up at the point almost. You see Raven going down first. They seem to have Raven's number.
The approach is going to kite this fight out, wait for Raven to come back. Shadow gets slowed by Hattori. Is he going to fall? No, he gets out. There's a Savior on his high ground right now. 4v5 still.
Pyro's in the back. Raven's back now. You keep it falling down to Raven. That's the opening. GabeDeutschXimClub needs. Shadow taking some point. Just sitting in Hattori's face, but Julia, aka Senna, in this context, finds 2 on the Soj. Raven finds Tanix though. It's a little scrappy.
Capturing the point.
Senna finds 1 more, and that seems to be the point. Like Pyro's trying to see if he can find a trade, but it's looking not very possible.
Just stalling out that extra percent, it matters. Raven, they killed both backliners, but it was a little too late on the Juno. Pyro coming up on an overclock soon. Magic Senna on the ult charge. It's not a complete gap right now, as the kill feed would let you believe.
And honestly, Hattori's just playing her win con so well. These slows on the Winston before the jump can happen, it's just so important. Raven finds Grayu though. It's Shadow's in the backline stuffing. Senna's looking very weak, but Pyro's traded by Hattori. Hattori's in the back, but the slow is good. Shadow can't do much. I mean, he's being so hard stuffed by such a movable brick wall that is Hattori. The Brig looking really weak now. Shadow finds the trade, but he's looking very bad spot. The Kitsune is on the point, looking very good. OC ripped from Pyro. He's very dangerous with it, but in this situation, there's just not much to shoot. They kite it perfectly.
Overclock match by Senna. Are they gonna go aggressive with it? No, she's pulsed. Raven coming too big again.
Excellent pick from Raven, but the annihilation is ripped. Pyro's off the map, and the Annihilation just does what he needed to. And Kravi's just cleaning it up with the fire rockets. Big slow on a Shadow, can't get the recontest. And I think that just is map 1.
Yeah, Raven can't even lift a touch. Shadow has to touch with the Primal. B comes out from Kylo, it only gets the backline. Shadow is still so low, Kylo dies.
I mean, there's not much to say. Just textbook stuff from KP was taken.
Like I said though, I think GabeDeutschXimClub, they're gonna look better when we go to the divier maps, like City Center, like Gardens, where you can really stage. At this point, it's so good for Ram because he just stands in front of you, he punches you, there's nowhere to go.
Ready for battle.
And these slows on the Shadow, I mean, they just stop so much from the momentum swinging in favor of the dive. But this is now way more wide open map. The Winston's not so congested in the chokes.
I think there might also be a bit of an experience gap here, where before Raven or Pyro they would get a pick, the other teams, they were crumbled. They don't know what to do when they're down 1. All these players on KP was taken, they have T2 experience. Some even have T1 experience. They know how to win a losing fight.
And honestly, the way they're contesting Raven, they're getting him before they can even get the setup in the behind. Okay, Shadow jumps up the top, but Hitori immediately comes to go meet him. It's looking very dangerous for Shadow, but he's trying to stabilize, find a good pick on a Karai, but Hitori's there to try to maybe make up the difference. Hitori's falling very low, but the backline's still alive. They're trying to stabilize. Pyro's looking for a good angle in the backline. Shadow jumps Satanics. He's looking very critical. Oh, but the health pack saves him just at the right time so he can get packed, and he is traded.
The peel is so good. Senna did move over onto the Tracer now. The Sojourn, maybe not as good on this point. They don't want to play. They want more market. They want to take the Tracer duel against Raven. They're more confident in their mechanics.
And from KP's taken, I mean, it's just all confidence, you know? These players just are not phased by the absolutely wonderful performances we've been seeing from Pyro and Raven.
And look, the Tracer got again.
Gaps. It's so tragic. I mean, I really hope this is not how the rest of the grand finals goes, but who knows? Maybe, you know, GabeDeutschXimClub, you know, meets the expectation of what the competition they're facing.
I think the Pharah is throwing a wrench into the plan. Sojourn, not the best hit scan in the Pharah, but if you go anything else, you're just gonna get eaten by the D.Va here. There's nothing Pyro can really do. Rush comes out from...
Orbital Ray traded on point as well. Rally, Shadow's looking really low. The Primal's pop and the pulse onto Yukino is good. Let's see if Shadow can find the backline some more. He's creating so much pressure from the amount of players he's splitting. He just needs to live now. Bomb is committed by Hitori. Hitori also finds the Kiri while she's out of mech. Satanics is 1. Oh, Shadow barely misses the jump on her, and he lives.
This is such a good fight from KP was taken. They use those, but they keep the point. And look at this, Karate, they stopped the barrage. It moves now. It is so hard to stop that. Getting 1 or 2, maybe even 3 if you set it up right.
Kylo unfortunately falling, but Pyro with the OC maybe can turn things here. It's in the final hour. Pyro needs to come up good with the OC. But Hitori is just mauling the backline. There's just not much they can do. There's no setup. OC is ripped, but Satanics is falling low. What a wonderful shot from Pyro, but it doesn't look to be enough. Raven's going to the right side for the touch, but I don't know if he has enough blinks. He gets it, but he has to die for it. Hitori is demac'd. Things are looking better, but the barrage is so good. Pyro finds the trade. There's just not much you can do.
See, it just looks like a complete experience gap to me. Like,
I happen to agree, Caleb.
Like, Raven and Pyro, they're finding the picks like they normally do, at least on the first round. But KP was saying they're unfazed. They don't care if they're down 1. They're gonna walk through. They're gonna kill your backline because you have nothing to stop them.
just complete light work. It's looking like, you know, none of these players look very moved by what's happening. Through trade, they just stand there stalwart and just looking very confident.
We're gonna go to a little break now, waiting for map 2 to boot up.
And we are back. Pretty dominant performance coming out from KP Was Taken, but now we're on to Dorado, a more dive favorite map. We've seen the dive versus dive and it's looking rough. I will not lie. Maybe GabeDeutschXimClub could come up with the kryptonite to KP Was Taken, but honestly, it's I hope I'm wrong, but it's looking rough.
I think GabeDeutschXimClub, they're gonna want to pull out the on the brick here. They got completely stomped on the Lucio Kiri, but last time on Blizzard World, they're on a brick. It looked really good in the dive, so I think they're gonna try to bank on that this map. Play the longer sidelines, look for big nades.
Honestly, I think the Soj needs to get rotated out as well. I think you probably need to go to an Ashe or something to really contest with this Pharah. The Pharah is just so much splash damage on these you know, just in the neutral. It's so rough.
Mm-hmm. I think the Ashe is much better. Soj, it's okay in the Widow, but if Satori continues to play the D.Va like they did on City Center, you're just not gonna have Rail to be able to pluck this Pharah out of the sky like a hitscan has to do.
So I hope to God GabeDeutschXimClub really found the kryptonite here, and maybe they have Raven on the Sombra.
This
maybe is the answer.
We haven't seen them off of Tracer yet this tournament. Sombra, similar to Tracer now. Gonna try to set up dives with the hacks, EMPs, virus. And especially now, you have a little more staying power with the white hat perk, where you can heal your own tank and farm EMP off the bat.
Hittori's on the Winston. One of our signature heroes, I think. It's gonna be a really nice watch, I think.
Senna sticking to Tracer here, I would have expected to see like a Widow, maybe a Sojourn still. I do like the Tracer pick. And Pyro's TP'd onto the building out of spawn.
And Hittori immediately notices it and immediately goes to contest. Going back onto Red Roof now. This is what you want if you're in Winston at this point. Really just a high ground domination until the cart gets around the corner. Then you drop just like Hittori is now. You know? The back there's someone rotating left. I'm not quite sure who. It looks like to be Pyro and the whole team actually.
But the Brigade off the map. It got moved by the Quarry.
You need an answer for this Pharah. I really think you do.
Nodding off. Not the first.
Oh, Shadow picked in spawn.
We haven't seen Kylo and Diana yet. They're typically the main support. Excuse me. But Pika Pepper is mysteriously missing. Got subbed out for the grand finals, and this might be what's costing them.
I'm reloading.
Looking a little rough, but Hittori's contesting cart. Shadow jumping up top using bubble. Putting him in a very awkward spot. The Pharah could really poke him out, but Pyro's up there too. The Brig's up there now. But the dive from Hittori's really good. She's falling very low, but she's getting the care that she needs.
Disrupting.
The Pharah is so good, especially on this first point, because the back lane, it's very static. There's not many spots you can go. The Pharah is just gonna fly over these roofs and shoot you like Ferrari's doing right now.
Oh my god, what a nade from Satanics. Absolutely beautiful.
Ferrari baiting out the Widow, asking for it. Hey, Pyro does not oblige. You're sticking on Soldier. 40% ult in 2 minutes. This is sad to see.
Honestly, it's kind of the grand finals everyone expected, no? The Stacks God team is just, you know, they're just tier 2 players. It's very rough. Raven finds the gap on Senna though, but with Shadow being dead, Hittori's traded too. This is looking very, very good. Pyro finds the trade of Satanics, really ripping open the fight. This is who you need to rip open these fights. Pyro's really finding his footing here. Pharah's still alive, but Raven's chasing. Maybe they get... Oh, the 1v1, but the corner's just too tight. The splash is too good.
He really needed Pyro to come in. Third party on that duel. It's really hard to 1v1 a Tracer, a Pharah on Tracer. Nano comes out, pulse kills Kylo early, but Pyro gets Senna.
Hittori's done ball now. I don't know if the folks at home caught that one. Oh, what a nade. 5 ults online. Barrage used from... Oh, I don't know how much I like this Primal. Trying to live, trying to maybe find a trade on Yukino, but it's not going to be able to come out. This Primal is just a desperation cry.
It was such a waste because he just used it to live. But you have a minute left. You don't need to live. Just take the death, come back, and try to win the fight with a Primal. And Pyro respect first.
Kylo dropped on by Krawi, and I mean it's looking rough, Caleb.
It's tragic to say the least. Dominant performances. Maybe a Mickey Mouse group, some are saying.
It's still 4 ults online for GabeDeutschXimClub. It's looking kind of winnable, but Shadow is just getting pounded in the neutral by this Pharah, and there's not much to contain. Contain this Pharah. Pyro rips the OC though.
Came out early from AJAX. Raven gets Yukino.
Oh, just so tough.
It's so sad. I will say, I am impressed with Raven's performance. They still look good on the Tracer, despite being against like acclaimed players like this. They're getting their duels, they're getting their picks, and they're hitting their pulses. What more can you ask?
There's some showboating coming out from KP is here team, and honestly, it's really rough. got to be mentally destroying for Zim Club. You know, it's I don't know.
And they have to play at least 2 more maps after this. It's disheartening, really, if you're on GabeDeutschXimClub to try to keep playing like this when you're just losing. And there's no clear answer for what you need to do to win.
On top of that, it's like, you know, a lot of people, like, after 2 very not close maps would just check out mentally, and now you're being showboated on. It's rough, man.
And Hattori's flashing the hog here. Just so much disrespect coming out. Not even taking the monkey duel anymore. He's saying, I proved I'm better than you. I'm not wasting my time on it anymore. I'm playing a hero I want to have fun on. Send it on
This is a shit hog skin, though, I will not lie. Taking the elevator as the Bastion Brig. The disruptor shot creating a lot of space, but I mean, Hattori's probably just gonna sit on point and just fish for hooks on the card.
Look at the Ana. For kapeywastaken, they're flanking right now. They're gonna look for a nade on the high ground here.
Oh,
Shadow
big nade.
in, but instead it's just logging them with the Bastion for him.
Raven finds Yukino. But Hattori's still on point. An unmovable brick wall. I mean, you really need a nade to do it, and the Sojas might not be enough. Hook missed, but it's still fine. You got the entire GabeDeutschXimClub just stuck below. Oh, Raven.
Pyro finds 2 in there, but Raven dies having to go touch point. Pyro's still behind him. They seem to have activated something. They're just wiping them down. Maybe Pyro can clutch this.
It's not enough.
But Shadow is dead.
It might not be enough. Can't set up, find the re-up on setup, but I don't think it'll be able to happen.
Raven does come back on the Ash, giving up on the Tracer. No more off angles. We're just gonna shoot this main with a bunch of bullets.
Hattori's coming back on the ball. Maybe you're looking for something. Maybe you're looking for a pile driver on the back line with a nice far shot to really end off the map.
But watch out, Pyro has this overclock. We've seen them be good with this before. But Hattori's on them. They get the kill. They do.
Humongous slam. The far rockets is just so much to such a contested team.
And now comes up to Kylo, but it was too late. This map is done.
Pyro finds a trade on Kroggy, but it's just not enough.
I gotta say, I feel bad for Raven here, because they played really good that map. Maybe not the best on Oasis, but they brought it back. They're having a good individual performance. I think this backline that we've praised for so long is starting to crumble.
I mean, Caleb, I'm really struggling to say things that are entertaining to say. This is just a stomp out. There's nothing else to say.
No. There's not even a path of victory to see from the spectator's view. So I can't imagine what they're thinking in the voice chat right now, in the comms. Yeah, we're going to a little break now.
And we are back from an absolute disheartening watch on Dorado, but now we're in Esperanza. Maybe they can find the turnaround, but it's highly likely.
Well, it seems like GabeDeutschXimClub, they want to keep taking it to these dive maps, but they're just losing on it, and they don't know what else to do. They're not even trying to chase something up. They're just ramming their head against a wall again and again, hoping the dive will find some merit.
I just really don't know what compositional differences you can make here. It just seems like to be an overall gap, Caleb. It's just looking over.
I was really expecting this to be closer. I was expecting that KP was taking victory, but I didn't think it would be this dominant. I thought there would be fights, points even taken. But GabeDeutschXimClub, they're showing us nothing. They look like a bunch of plot players out there.
Yeah. I mean, it really shows you the experience gap between like a team like GabeDeutschXimClub and, you know, a team that has Hattori and Senna on it. It really shows you the experience gap and how well these players really know the game.
Well, we're seeing Kiri Lucio Winston coming out of GabeDeutschXimClub again. They like to play this. They played this on Oasis, but they got washed on it. And I'm not sure if they expect something different to be happen this time. Hattori on their signature ball pick.
Raven's taking the 1v1 early, but we've seen how that went in the past. Looking like GabeDeutschXimClub is just a little too hesitant, and Hattori finds the first pick on Raven.
They're rattled right now. This other team, KB was taking just so much better. They don't know what to do. Yukino finds the Lucio gap on Kyla.
Honestly, it's. I mean, I've said this so many times, but it's just like an everything gap. You know, Hattori's in their spawn trying to kill someone, but I'm not sure quite who. Pyro's over to the Sombra now, but I don't think it's gonna be the difference maker.
Maybe it'll force Hattori off the ball, but even then, they're just gonna go Diva or Winston or something else that they're still better than Shadow on.
I got the Senna, but it doesn't really seem like it'll do much. Shadow finds a trade on Yukino, but backlines are traded, and Kilo is looking rather low. Pyro is in major danger, and Hattori's alive at 30 HP with the mines in their spawn. Can Raven re-up on the kill? They're looking for her. That's if shields popped, and Hattori seems to made her getaway.
All that time, Senna was just pushing point. Almost got the checkpoint, misses the pulse onto Kylo. It got Suzu'd actually, excuse me. Raven coming up on their own pulse, so we'll see if they find this again like they have all tournament.
GabeDeutsch finding some point pressure, but Kylo's left alone, stranded in main, and you can't. That's a recipe for disaster for Lucio against the ball tracer.
But Raven finds Shaydex. This is what they've been doing all tournament. This is what we asked of them. Find their early picks. Here comes the pulse. Miss.
But look, KP was taken still kind of low. Hattori's looking a little vulnerable, but it probably won't matter in the end. There's no one able to chase her.
There's no DPS available for GabeDeutschXimClub. No Lucio either. Only the Winston and the Kiri.
Was Kylo just spawn camped?
Maybe I didn't see. But despite mostly winning that fight, GabeDeutschXimClub, they got 0 card progress. They left it in the choke. Raven fights Ferrari early though.
And the Kiri's looking for falls to Senna. Beat is popped, and Kylo isn't there to respond with another. There we go. There's the better beat, but GabeDeutsch, are they gonna win a fight?
It looks like it. Very expensive. That was both support ults for only a beat. And Sandex fights Raven.
I mean, losing in that way in the neutral is just so rough. The Tracer, without being there, just doesn't have the same amount of cleanup pressure as the Sombra does. Shadow looking for a dive, but he's looking very hesitant. Jumps up top. No one's there.
Pyro just EMP nobody. It got the hit, but no one was there to follow up, so it's effectively a wasted ult.
That tells me that GabeDeutsch doesn't really care anymore. Just want to kind of get this over with, you know?
Mr. Robot?
Maybe Julia finds Kilo with the pulse bomb, but still looking in favor for KP was taken.
These fights are so messy. Individual players are finding their trades, but as a whole, KP was taken is just so much better. It doesn't matter if Raven kills one early, because say next they're gonna kill both DPS.
Pyro unfortunately decloaks right in front of Yukina, and it just gets chased down. There's not much you could do in that situation. The Lucio just has so much more movement. Big mines to cut Shadow. Primal's pop, maybe he can make something happen. Looking at the Kiri and Genji, but both elusive targets. Kiri TP's away, takes the Mega, but the Genji's still here with the deflect. Really can't do much to him. Maybe you can still find the trade after the Primal though. He's looking very low. Find the trade. Raven finds the cleanup, but Hitori's already, and Julia have already found the Kiri and Pyro.
Hitori Senna, during that entire exchange, they just found a backline and they killed them for free. Pyro swapping off the Sombra now back onto the Soldiers. We'll see if he can make something happen here. And Kylo just jumps off the map, trying to reset.
Probably a reset, but I mean, Hitori looking for a swing and a ball. Pile drives up top. Doesn't really find much, but Yukino's 1 HP. Reconvinced with his Kiri, but it's still looking very dire. Pyro is forced, but Kitsune responds. B comes out. Kylo doesn't have it yet. This is in a very bad situation, but both supportals were popped for just 2 kills. And Pulse.
See, I see this. KP was saying they're getting so comfortable. They're just using ults. They don't care. Hitori has another mines. They're just gonna split the backline and kill Shadow again. What are they supposed to do against this?
I mean, KP was taking the scene to be playing like they're laid back in their chair, not a worry in the world. And it seems like that's gonna go that way. Mine split Shadow, but he jumps back and the pile drive is good on him, but Hitori and Seta looking to chase him down. Good beat from Kylo, but might not be enough. They're probably just gonna wait it out and still converge on Shadow. Hitori falls from Raven. GabeDeutsch is about to win another fight.
They win that fight in their spawn. It costs them the beat and the pulse. If I'm KP was taken, that's so good because look at the lead difference. You have 117 meters to 16.
And 101 meter difference between the teams. That's just rough. But you know what they say? Anything is possible as long as you get the mentality for it. An echo swap, but overall, I don't think that really changes anything. OC is popping Pyro. They can't really find anything. The kite is so good from KP was taken. Pyro's falling dangerously low. Still finds the trade. Not much happening. Karari falls to the Kiri, and they're gaining some decent point presence here.
Still haven't got the checkpoint. Raven is so low. George is spinning on point. Raven gets Seta.
I mean, that's what the doctor ordered, you know? Raven's cleaning up on whatever they can. Hitori tried to contest the checkpoint, but I think that might cost her life. Shadow's trying to chase out anybody, maybe find a kill or not, but it's only just him. Maybe, and they have 3 ults. It's maybe more part progression here for them if they play their ults right. Kitsune gets whipped out, but counter Kitsune up top on Shadow alone.
Shadow can't make use of it up here. Raven finds Ferrari still. Raven is so good at fighting these picks even when they're losing.
Raven's a stronger man than me because I would be so boomed right now. Just still trying to fight it out. Honestly, that's the mental that you need to take to compete.
Kylo just went AFK, shooting like a turret.
Violet on Lucio, but Shadow is taking so much damage from the mine. Pops the primal. He's going for the echo. Swatted out of the air like he's Nero. Trying to find more with the Lucio. Maybe he finds it. Oh, falling so dangerously low. Has to jump back, however.
He flips the juggle. It kind of looks like you out there, Catboy. But
I'm saying. That's why I've retired. Full-time caster now, baby. But back to the match. Tori's peeling for the backline. Shadow falling dangerously low. This is really split. Shisana trying to find the extra damage needed to kill him. Hitori finds Kilo in the back, but a minute on the clock, Caleb. Maybe it's winnable.
This map can go either way right now. Raven has to come through with this pulse, but Pyro is dead with the overclock. Raven falls to 1 HP.
Raven needs to find something here with the pulse bomb, but Hitori chases him down. Still 30 seconds left, but Shadow cannot die here. He hits the pole on his way out. He's gonna die.
30 seconds remaining.
This is looking like we're gonna go to map 4 right now. I don't see GabeDeutschXimClub pulling this back right now. Especially the Pyro hit with the OC again. This Raven can find 3 somehow with this pulse.
Maybe Raven unlocks the nuke pulse bomb ability, but I don't know. You need a magic pick, just like what happens. Oh, Tori finds the kill onto Raven, but the cart isn't taken by Shadow. Tori comes to contest, but she's cut a half, and Shadow's close to that primal. Suzu is used. Shadow sells the primal, pulse bomb used. Pyro with the OC finds Yukino. Excellent discipline from Shadow here to not rip the primal.
Rush is traded on point. Is there gonna be a shooting gallery into this choke? Pyro finds the first pick onto Senna.
Tori trades though. Pyro showing why he was last time MVP. Just really showing it. Oh, just finds a nice little 3K. This map is winnable.
But where was this for Pyro earlier? It might be too little too late from the Soldier Prodigy.
Primal online and beat very close. It's gonna be a little scrappy. Tori over the Malga. Maybe a hero that she has played in the past. And she looked very good on.
Watch this barrage from Ferrari though. They're hunting for the backline. They find Pyro first.
Beat is used. Primal not needed right now. Satanics is traded. This is very winnable. Not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. And Shadow is dead, and that is map 3, Caleb.
Do you see the reverse sweep happening?
On everyone's soul, I see it happening.
Everyone make your prayers, because it might be a little too late for you. We're gonna have to do a little break as we head to map 4. Hopefully not our final map. As GabeDeutsch tries to bring this back.
And we are back on Blizzard World. GabeDeutschXimClub maybe think they can bring it back, as it's been a popular pick as a third map choice for them. Maybe a map they can win more than they have been the past series. But I really don't see it going that way, I'll be honest.
You saw them activating a little bit at the end of Esperanza. Maybe they can carry that over into Blizzard World. Start a reverse sweep. Raven and Pyro, they looked so good on this map last time, but we need to see more from them than we've seen these last 3 maps this series.
And honestly, seeing the backline for GabeDeutschXimClub has been like a bit more. Oh, Pika Pepper is being subbed in. As I was saying, they seem a bit disconnected, but you see the flex support, the usual flex support, come back into the roster.
Maybe this is what GabeDeutschXimClub needed to win the match. Young Teggy, we haven't seen them before. A little bit mismatched with Kylo. It looks like they're both main support players from what I've seen. But having Pika Pepper back in, this backline, it's gonna look a lot better, especially against these dives that Hitori and Krawi are just punishing with the backline.
And honestly, maybe you just need that bit more of backline, like corrosion, like just more collab between them, just like a better connect. Maybe it's just what you need for GabeDeutschXimClub, but I wouldn't stack my money on it.
I would bet on this map being a lot closer than before.
Absolutely.
But the detriment is so big. Even if GabeDeutschXimClub can win this map, it's too late. You're down 3 maps. You needed your main flex support to come back earlier.
Seeing the classic dive, but as you see in chat, Hitori's really like laid it in tough.
Ball is so good on this map. Like we were saying in the previous match, not very many long sidelines, lots of buildings to hide on top of. Look, Hitori's in a spider spot right now. Probably gonna look for a slam on main as they try to walk through. Set up, ready to blink in, get the 1 clip onto Pika Pepper, onto Kylo, whoever else. As Raven takes another shot as well.
Stacks having his victory lap while sitting on the bench. You like to see it in the match chat, but that's besides the point. Beef Toad, aka Shadow, taking it very, very close, but quite the setup. Hitori is already waiting for the backline. Shit might get real deadly real soon. As you see, so much space.
The individuals was forced early. They're just trying to get out of it, but the care is good. But I'm not sure they'll be able to have another game.
Hitori slams up top, really not doing too much, but providing so much needed pressure on top of our rockets. Shadow looking to have his eye up on top of the backline. He's looking. Not quite decided if he wants to go quite yet. The whole team is jumping Hitori, but that just leaves so much space for Krawi to just pepper in so many rockets.
Pika Pepper falls first, and once you lose your carry this comp, it's over. You need to get a 1-shot on someone. Multiple people, actually. Or you're just gonna fall over with how much damage this comp takes.
It's been a very long match so far, but honestly, Shadow can't really decide if he wants to jump on the backline or not. His cooldowns are being forced before he can even get to the jumping spot.
He's so timid. He hasn't built much of this primal at all, and it's been a minute and a half. You expect him to have it by now.
Gino falling very low, but the native from the Ana is there to save him, and Beef Toad, aka Shadow, falls to just regular poke. No one there really to help him. Oh, this roll through from Hitori completely separates Pika Pepper into the right room. Kilo is still trying to find, but I mean, it's too late.
No more staggers to be found. Senna did throw the pulse in, but Krawi fights Pyro. How?
I mean, this performance from Crowley on the far has just been so unbelievably good. Oh, that sleep on Pika Pepper slammed. She's in so much trouble. Someone needs to help the Kiri. Oh, the barrage. Nice TP out, trying to get out the back door. Is successful at the. But I mean, there's still so much pressure. This Far just lays in so much damage against the monkey. I think you just need to swap off. You can't find much space. Just the amount of just poke in the neutral.
You need to play something like the Diva where you can make your rockets, or the ball where you just ignore the choke, you go past it. B and Kitsune come out for GabeDeutschXimClub as Yukino dies.
But Hitori, she's containing the entire backlines by swinging through, just CCing them. Suzu is forced. Pyro's in a lot of trouble against Senna and Hitori. Pyro still lives. And Satanix is traded in the meantime, but Kilo falls to Senna. Hitori looking for the recontest.
Available for kapeywastaken right now as Pyro rips the OC.
Oh, pulse bomb used from Raven. Not enough to take Hitori down quite yet. Pulse bomb trade on Senna. Senna kills herself with her own pulse bomb.
Yukino dies with the rally up. It looks like GabeDeutschXimClub, they're gonna take this point.
And you know what, Caleb? It might be for the worst. Because, honestly, that means more Overwatch GabeDeutschXimClub has to play against Hitori. And we've seen how that's gone so far.
And Julia gets Pyro so late. Ow. Senna is so good on the traces. They're just tearing this DPS line apart. Not even looking at the backline because they don't need to.
Senna, not Senna, sorry, Hitori drops the mines on point, trying to just clear all the part progress. Pika Pepper forced the TP away in Suzu. That makes a big opening for Hitori to roll through, but she's rather low.
But Senna's dead. There's no Tracer to support these dives because Raven got their kill. This is what we need from the DPS line, them to win their 1v1s. Probably close to this with Raj. Watch out, because they're good for 2 every time.
Hitori rolls through, just creating a lot of space with the ball. Karai finds the trade on Pyro, but Raven finds the trade back. Hitori trying to release pressure out this Kiri. Kiri falling dangerously low, almost got the TP cooldown, but couldn't quite get it. Hitori chasing Raven in the backline with the nano. Watch out, that's a scary ball. And she's just sitting up in their spawn, looking for the slam by herself. And no one knows.
Instead of sitting back there with her, and they fly Pika Pepper.
Oh, that roll through is just so much damage. Pyro forced back in spawn. Shadow's forced to go back to spawn too.
Raven consistently winning these 1v1s, but it's so late in the fight. Your backline is already dead. You're not gonna win. Instead, it's gonna come back so fast on the Tracer. I don't really think it matters.
Good sleep on the Shadow. Good Kitsune rush, but Pyro might be off the map. No, the slide saves him. Pulse bomb it onto Yukino, and Pyro finds Satanix. Hitori's falling very dangerously low, but Crawley finds a trade on Pyro. Can Raven find the kill? Yes, he can. And it's looking like more progress.
Raven, they're looking so good, but that fight was taken so far forward. They're not gonna get the proper card push that they needed from that fight. Crawley dies late, though. Maybe they will. Three rolls and slams the backline.
Pika Pepper looking dangerously low, but Kylo's so far back, no real help for him. Asleep on the pile driver. Pika Pepper is traded, but the monkey has the primal.
Hitori kills the backline by themselves.
Oh, she's just too good on the ball. Oh, that slam onto Pyro as well. That's 3 for Hitori. Not much you can do about that, really. Hitori's just better. Beats out, but too late for the monkey. Pika Pepper falling dangerously low. The beat's worn off.
Now I'm looking at this, and it looks like it might be holdable for GabeDeutschXimClub if they play super well.
Caleb, I'll be honest, I don't think you would want to in this situation. It's so rough that I would probably just take the loss and just go on with my day. I'll be honest. There's no money on the line.
This is a rough watch. It's a complete mismatch in these finals. So far.
So far, though, like, Crawley's been looking very impressive on the far. Hitori, of course, being Hitori, being very good. She's just excellent, showing her giant brain to these to these players. But honestly, I've been mostly impressed with the pop-off plays from Crawley. Maybe she's my MVP on the far.
I think in these finals, Crawley, they've been coming through big. They fight one with the barrage every time, usually two, and that's so much value from an ult that used to be considered very, very bad.
And honestly, like the amount of neutral that Crawley, like the amount of work in the neutral that Crawley just has is just, it's incredible. The amount of uptime and the very little mistakes. It's hard not to give them MVP.
Pyro finally going over to the Ash. Raven giving up on the Tracer duel. They're gonna play Sojourn. Set out on the cast. They're just looking bam, bam, bam onto this monkey when they dive in.
I mean, Hitori just finding so much space with these with the swing crews, and they've given up almost the entire first point just due to Hitori and are rolling through.
But Yukino's dead push. It's a 4v5 right now, and Hitori's very, very low.
Honestly, Shadow just looks like a mismatch for this team comp. I mean, Fat Nate in the backline, PK Pepper put in the pack first. Try saying that 3 times fast. But, and these roll throughs, just so much value.
Raven always finding these trades though, and Hitori dies. Raven with 2.
They're holding the line for now, but there's ults online for, there's mines online for kapeywastaken, and very close to the barrage.
But Kylo does have to rally.
Oh no, Hitori, you can't do them like that. Mines on the back line.
It's humongous, it's everywhere. They find Kylo with the rally. It's not gonna get value out. This is gonna be your first point cap. For
Hitori made such a huge play right there. The sleep on the shadow, the boop off the map.
And look at this. Crawley has a barrage. I'm curious to see where they're gonna be set up for this. Probably just gonna nuke the entire backline. There's not much they can do about it. Most of the portals available for GabeDeutschXimClub. Probably gonna win a fight or two. They have the Bob as well. Bob's so good in this comp, just completely split the team.
Hitori's body blocking for Satanics, trying to get to the left side high ground. Rally's forced, but Hitori just shrugs it off. But Satanics can't do that. They're not made of metal. Unfortunately for Satanics, she's an old lady.
They trade out on Shadow though. Bob is forced with Pyro, but he falls. Bob is good for Yukino.
Hitori fighting dangerously low, but there's a Mega right near her. It's still looking very fightable for KP was here. Or, yeah. Hitori just chilling on point, looking for the next oh, what a fat nade. It's just so over. Nano onto Hitori. Trying to find the Ana. Can't really do it. Changing her attention to the back line. Or the hit scans. The barrage misses on... Force the primal though.
And Senate gets Pyro.
Big mines up top. Pika Pepper just being absolutely manhandled by Hitori. Shadow with the nano, but not much you can do. Titanics is marching into their spawn.
Who's gonna stop him? The limit doesn't be good. There's no limits to be found, and it's gonna be a sweep for kapeywastaken. 4-0 in these finals.
Honestly, Caleb, my MVP is still Karai. Even though Hitori had a very impressive showing on the ball on that point, but just the amount of neutral that Karai was putting in, I think that's my MVP.
I think across every single map, Karai was so good on the Pharah. Like, everyone was the difference maker. There was no difference to be made other
No.
than them being better players. Ferrari always came through, though. Always looked so good.
And we're going to a break. I was hoping for a more entertaining grand finals, but you get what you come for, you know?
Yeah.
We'll be back with an interview. Stay tuned. Well, we're here with Senna, and how do you feel about that very dominant showing out there? I mean, there's not much to talk about really, but is there anything you would like to add?
Too easy for me. Too easy for me. You know, if console players type to me, I gotta bring out my other old demon console plays from 5 years ago.
Honestly, very fair, very fair. Is there anyone you would like to shout out or something like that?
Yeah, for sure. Shouting out Julia, WMVP.
Thank you, Senna. Congratulations on the win here too. You look really good.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely, dominant showing all around.
All good.
And I think that's the end of OOL Spring Skirmish. Thank you all for tuning in. It was a wonderful time casting. I had so much fun, and I hope you at home did too.
I had a lot of fun.
PC kind of bad, Loki.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senna.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, for the interview.
Yeah, bye-bye.
You too.
Okay. I know this frame does not have Catboy and Caleb, or actually photos of them, but they are still here. I want to thank them especially for casting. I want to thank all of our casters. I want to thank Maeve. I want to thank Caleb. I want to thank Catboy. I want to thank Meet Tsunami. I want to thank Goofy. I want to thank Julia and Selena as well. They all were amazing and helped me a lot. Also, Swag Monkey showed up for one of the days and helped me cast, alongside Eva too, who helped design one of the logos for Spring Skirmish. Very special thanks to Zenshin. Zenshin helped do like almost every single one of the off-stream streams. He really did amazing there. Congratulations to our MVPs. MVP being Julia, and then our finals MVP being Karahi. Other than that, that's the end of OOL Spring Skirmish. Before people go crazy and stuff. We're gonna make changes to OOL's entire format. I mean, we really did not expect that it would blow up like this. I appreciate everyone for showing up and joining and watching and being in our Discord and doing everything. I really appreciate it. It means so much to me. I had started this in like Wednesday in November, and I did not realize that it was gonna go like this crazy. I think that's all. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you very much. We might as well rate a streamer. Thank you. We'll do a next event maybe in 1 or 2 months. I gotta restructure everything. We didn't think we'd have this many people. Alright, thank you. Did you guys want to say anything?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you, Joey, for providing such a great community event and just the production and time and quality you tried to put into it. Honestly, it's been really good.
Yeah, so much hard work, and I appreciate the opportunity to. I had a lot
absolutely.
of fun this weekend.
Thank you. Okay, I think we'll raid. I'm gonna raid light because I like watching light, but I think that's all. Have a good one, everyone. Make sure to stay healthy, get some food. Congratulations to KB was taken again. It's been good, nice job from GabeDeutschXimClub. We'll see y'all later. We're starting to raid, and then I'm gonna put this on. Thanks for watching.